What's going on, football fans? It's me, J.R. Clark, back again with another Pound for Pound ATL Live. Joined as always by my main man Jonathan Holder and special guest, friend of the show, like founder, co-founder, whatever you want to call it, Toby D. What's going on, brother?
In the words of Cam Newton, I'm back.
Oh man, I am like so glad to see you. Back on stream with us, back talking about these Falcons, and just hanging out tonight. And obviously, we're here for the first round of the NFL draft. The Falcons currently are sitting at the 8th overall pick. The draft itself starts at 8 p.m., so we're just going to kind of chop it up a little bit before it gets going. So I guess for the most part, might as well not even bury the lead. Might as well just get into it. Yeah. 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 So right before the action really got going, we had some breaking news, and I'm not going to do this terribly like a lot of our normal show, but I figured we couldn't as much as we were tied to it over the offseason, I couldn't not talk about it, right? And that is Lamar Jackson finally gets paid. He gets his contract from the Baltimore Ravens, not a fully guaranteed contract, mind you, but a 5-year contract worth 260. Grand total 260. Becomes the highest paid player in NFL history until Joe Burrow or Herbert or whoever signs their contract, right?
Right.
So, but this kind of goes to show what we have been talking about all offseason. There was never an intent by the Ravens to let Lamar out of Baltimore. This whole offseason was nothing but posturing, which, is why the media getting all over the Falcons case for not going after Lamar Jackson is ridiculous, or was ridiculous. So I guess, Toby, what was your thoughts when you saw the contract come down?
I'm glad it's finally over. I'm tired. I got tired of just hearing the storylines. Everybody jumping on Atlanta's case because we didn't go after him, and then we came out and publicly announced that we weren't going after him. So all of a sudden it's our fault because we don't want to win because we didn't go after Lamar Jackson. But I think Desmond Ridder is going to have a lot to say about that when the season starts. And he's already said he got a chip on his shoulder from all the stuff he's been hearing, all the chattering. So I'm ready to see what he got.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. Jonathan, what was your initial thoughts when you saw it finally break?
Yep. Can they get off our back, please? I mean, that was literally my first thought. Just there was never, unless something dramatically changed, or we gave up an incredibly absurd amount of draft picks. There was no way that anybody was going to get Lamar Jackson. And I see a lot of people today that are like, what do they talk about? He needed an agent and this and that. If he had an agent, he probably would have had this deal done last year, for one. Two, he probably would have had the deal done even faster this year, probably with at least the same amount of money, maybe more, maybe a little bit less, but give or take, it'll be in that same ballpark. The problem is that, he's sitting, normally you're sitting there and you got your agent and the front office and they're talking, and there are things that are generally said in there that if you're that person that they're talking about and that's said to you, you're all of a sudden just like, that's rude as hell, whereas the agent takes all of the emotion out of it,
right?
And this
potentially
could have been done a lot sooner. So.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, and I'm with y'all. I think the part that really got on my nerves is the media at large never got on Washington's case, for not being serious, for sticking with Sam Howell, who was taken in the 4th round, wasn't he, 4th or 5th? you know, in the same draft that Ritter was taken, or, you know, you never heard the media getting all over Indy for, you know, because, yeah, I mean, obviously Indy had the 4th overall pick and you figured that they were going to, you know, grab a quarterback, but like you never saw the media getting all over them for, you know, not just ponying up and giving the 4th pick to, you know, the Ravens for Lamar Jackson. So, yeah, I think you know, the idea that, you know, the media was picked Atlanta for whatever reason to just be all over, like, that got on my nerves, right? But it's done with, as we had talked about. You know, it is completely utterly done with, and it's not something that we have to concern ourselves with anymore. Bradley Burnett, we appreciate you greatly. I got an air horn for you. Bam. Says Panthers, Bryce Young. He says Texans, Will Anderson. Cardinals, Tyree Wilson. The Levis for the Colts, Carter for the Hawks, Gonzalez, Witherspoon. You're thinking about Falcons are going to take Bijan Robinson. Okay, no, that's not a. I've seen that, you know, pretty much that, you know, type mock layout, you know, more than once, and it definitely could be how it plays out. Before we really get going, Toby, where are you at on the Falcons today?
I'm all in, and that's if Tyree Wilson is not there,
Mm-hmm.
and they decide that Devin Witherspoon is not as highly ranked, even though he probably will be in their top 10, but just not where they want to get him in the top 10. I'm all in on Bijan Robinson, man. I think you should go for it. He's a playmaker. Yes, this would be the 3rd guy that you draft on the offense, but I mean, it's Arthur Smith's team, and he's an offensive guy, you know.
Right.
So let's keep building this offense up if that's what they want to do.
Right. And so, you know, because we haven't had a chance to talk to you throughout this off season before we really get going, what has been like your favorite move of the off season? Which one like got you going, you know, the most? Was it Jesse Bates? Was it Campbell? Like was it Naaman Ritter the starter? Which one like really got you psyched?
Number one was naming Desmond Ritter the starter. That's the number one thing for me. You know, last year I really wasn't too hyped for us taking him in the 1st round, but I was happy with where we got him in the 3rd round. I know he
Right.
was a guy that you really liked, and we watched at the Senior Bowl. I wasn't
Mm-hmm.
as high on him in that regard, but I always commended him on his leadership, and that's showing team is already respecting him. After that, it's got to be Calais Campbell for me. Having
Yeah.
that type of experience on that team, such as you will have, a guy that still got some juice, and probably could play another 3 years because he keeps himself in tremendous shape. And I think that the Falcons really hit and struck gold with bringing a guy with his experience and veteran leadership in there with Grady Jarrett
Yeah.
and David Onyemata.
I think so. I think that'll be you know, a big plus, you know, to have those guys. Um, well, folks have been lighting up the chat, but King Seven says, "Toby D, what's up?" Says
What's
big
up,
draft
fam?
day surprise. Yeah, I thought we did good about keeping that one under wraps. Uh, like just so folks know, Toby did not drop off the face of the planet. Uh,
I'm still here.
that's right. That's right. but but which we're super glad that you decided to stop in and hang out with us this
Absolutely.
evening. Where are we at? What is the time? Hey,
We got like 5 minutes until the
all right.
draft starts.
We got about 5 minutes. All right, I'm gonna go around. Jonathan, call it. What do the Falcons do? 1st round. What do you think?
Trade back to 11. Get maybe even to 10 with the Eagles. Let the Eagles.
Yeah, I was about to say I saw that report earlier.
I think the Eagles, if they go that high, they're taking Paris Johnson. And then I think if we still want Bijan, I think he'll be there at 10. And I think we take Bijan at 10 or 10 or 11.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Toby, call your shot. You've been right the past 2 years in who the Falcons take. Do you think they're going to trade back, or do you think they're going to stand pat? And who do you got them taking?
You know, me honestly, I got Bijan Robinson. I'm gonna stick with him. I don't think Tyree's gonna be there, and I
Mhm.
think Devin may be just a little bit lower in the top 10 scale, and they may have Bijan higher than him. And if he's there at 8, I think they stand pat because they've shown the last 2 years they haven't really been ones to trade back. I don't think
Right.
this is a draft to do that, but they could shock me and go ahead and trade back. But I'm gonna stay at 8 and take Bijan.
There you go. All right. And Chris was asking about what about Wilson's medicals? Tyree Wilson. The one thing I thought I saw was he had like a Liz Frank injury. So that might drop him down the board some. Um, but I think if it was a bigger deal, then we would have heard more about it up to this point. Because Tyree Wilson has consistently been mocked at number 2, like
No.
to the Texans.
No.
I don't think that's what's gonna like. Honestly, I think if the Texans stick to, the defense, I think they take Will Anderson myself. But like he's consistently been mocked at 2, to the Texans, and if there was a serious concern, I think we would have heard about it by now. At least that's my thought. Let's see. Bradley says, "I think everyone we want on defense is gone before we pick, and Bijan will be BPA by a mile. Get ready for your running back for the next 5 years." Kind of like that's the way it's kind of shaping up, right?
Yep.
Is that there's a good chance that both Gonzalez and Witherspoon could be gone at 6 and 7. If you stand pat at 8, and then potentially Will Anderson and Tyree Wilson are gone.
Yep.
We're getting more than one report that freaking Jalen Carter, that the Falcons are kind of out on Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
Which is like sad to see, but that leads me to believe that there's more going on than we may know. And being the fact that Athens is right up the road, if they don't feel like him staying here in Georgia is enough to keep his head on straight, then they don't need to take him.
Yeah.
So
Because I'll say this. It was 2 days ago, there was this thing showed up where they were having interviews, or they had like an interview with Kirby Smart and Nolan Smith, and they specifically asked about him, and it was almost like, hey, we got to get out there and try to write the narrative here of this guy is nothing but football. This guy, he cares about nothing else but football. He's a great kid. I'm not saying he's not. I'm not saying it. But that could be a situation where, well, for instance, what was it? Earlier today, or was it yesterday? Might have been yesterday. Dimitrov was on with the morning show guys, or the
morning shift or whatever
the
it is.
steakhouse. No, the steakhouse. And he was talking about like doing a super. I didn't get to hear all of it, but like a super candid interview about a whole bunch of draft day stuff. And like one of the things they talked about was with Vic Beasley, and like how they knew like the passion wasn't quite there. And but they, this and that. So there may be a little bit of a, let's make sure we get guys that are, and that's what they've shown so far, is get guys who, while they may not always necessarily be the best guy, it's like they're pretty close, but they're the guys that are like eat, breathe, sleep, just
die hard. Like if you're going to give somebody millions of dollars, you want them to be fully vested. And sports is one of the few things in this country where you're handing folks millions of dollars before they're proven. Generally speaking, like in a business world, corporate world, you work your way up the ladder, and then you land yourself in the position, and you've like become the leader of the company, so to speak, or high up, or however you want to say it. But here, yes, you are working your way up from Pop Warner, high school ball, college ball, whatever. But in the first round, man, you're handed millions of dollars before you ever step foot on the field.
Yep.
And like they got to be sure, you know, they absolutely and 100% like got to be sure that you are with as many players and picks that consistently flame out, you know, in the first round, or just in the draft in general. You know, you got to be like on it, you know. So,
Yep.
so if Toby, if Carter's sitting there at 8 and we pass on him and take Bijan or what have you, like, is that gonna sit some kind of way with you?
No, man, because I'm at a year this year, JR and Jonathan, that I'm just happy with whoever they draft. I already predicted they're going to Super Bowl this year and they're gonna win.
There you go.
I strongly feel that good about what the team has done, and I think anybody that get in the draft is just gonna be a bonus adding on to what they already added into onto their roster in the season, man. I think they added some great key pieces that's going to help them win a lot of football games this year.
I think so. You know, everybody talks about like if we do end up adding, you know, Bijan, oh, why are you going to take a, you know, running back when you had 1,000-yard back in Tyler Algier? Well, maybe because you got you know, 32, 33-year-old, you know, RB2, or you have the undrafted RB that's coming off an Achilles injury. Like you talk about, like Terry Fontenot has said more than once, hey, we're going to add to. Like, we are not afraid to add to a strength, you know, when it comes to the draft. And so, like, adding Bijan to that running back room takes it up a whole nother level. You know, so it's definitely adding to a strength. Now you're having, you know, formations where you can have, you know, Bijan and Algier out there at the same time. I mean, when was the last time outside of Baltimore, when was the last time we really saw, you know, a diamond formation being used in the NFL?
Yeah.
You know, or saw the, you know, Parker Hesse being used in a pistol the way he was being used.
Yeah.
Like Arthur Smith, like for everybody who wants to complain about Smith and his like lack of passing concepts, which I actually think is a false narrative.
It is.
But for everybody who wants to talk about that, like nobody talks about the like formations that he uses, the emotions that they consistently use, those kind of things to help get, you know, folks open. So let's see here. Wound. We appreciate you big
What
time,
up,
Wound.
Wound? I got. Oh,
Damn.
I was gonna do it. Dang it!
Do it then.
You
Do
beat
it.
me to it.
He
Hit
beat
it,
you
go
to it,
ahead.
Jonathan.
Anyway, Wound tipped us $10, which we greatly appreciate, big time.
Absolutely.
And he says, Toby D, Big John, and JR, let's go, rise up. Time to hit on these picks. That's it. We are now I'm not watching the normal stream. Has Goodell hit the stage yet?
I hadn't seen him yet. I'm
No,
watching it. Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't seen it. I'm surprised. I've been waiting for it. I don't know if they're like it's going to start. I don't know if there's like a specific start time. I thought
Generally
it'd be 8 o'clock.
speaking, it's generally 8 o'clock, but sometimes it's you know, little iffy on that.
I mean, I'm sure I'm on a delay because I'm watching on YouTube TV, but it can't be by that much.
No,
So
I don't think it was that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I haven't seen him go up on stage and be like, Carolina Panthers are on the clock.
Right, got you. Well, I went ahead and put up the round one underway banner up there because it was 8 o'clock, and I was taking a stab at it. Okay, good. Another PR saying nope. Same thing. King saying no. Okay, so they haven't fully got underway yet. I got my phone
Appreciate you,
set
King
up.
and PR.
Yeah.
Yes,
I say,
sir.
is Josh Gillum in here? Okay, good. My guy Josh says, I can't even mute my TV. LOL. Direct TV is so bad. Oh Lord. Direct TV stopping you from muting your TV? That ain't no good.
What up, Jordan? How you doing, man?
Jordan says, what's up, fellas? Really excited to see what we do. I am very excited. Because the real good feeling is like you almost can't go wrong.
Yeah.
You know, short of like drafting a punter, which we say that because it's absolutely ridiculous, you know. But short of drafting a punter, like there really isn't a bad pick. if you went Skoronski at 8, you can definitely, make a case for Skoronski or even Paris Johnson Jr. at 8. As far as like plugging them in right away at guard. Josh, if you could wait a bit, maybe.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Now tomorrow, and feel free to have fun there. But the first round, let's hold tight. Let's see. I agree with Emmanuel. He says today we get better.
Yep,
I think so. Yep.
I'll say this: like I saw something today, and it makes a whole. I mean, I felt this way before, but there's so many like when you look at big boards out there, like not necessarily by position, but just who are the, from 1 to 2, whatever. It's Skoronski is regularly like anywhere between 8 to 12.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like in a lot of places. I think Goodell's about to go.
Oh, here we go.
Now.
No, that's cool. So I am going to be able to watch it. Good. I was concerned that I wasn't going to be able to have it on. But yeah, as far as like Skoronski goes, you plug him in at guard.
Yeah.
And I think you have your pillar next to, on the other side of the Lindstrom, for the next, 5 to 10 years. And hold on. Chris is adding in on the booing that's going on.
Yep. Boo.
Oh man. Matthew Jones, what's up, brother? Glad you're in here with us.
What up, Matthew?
I don't know if it's Bijan or bust or not. I do kind of like, there's a part of me that's almost like the amount of hype that Bijan has gotten to us at this point. I would almost feel disappointed if we didn't.
Yeah. That's about like it's been hyped up so much, or it's been said so much.
Yeah.
But the difference is, like, I remember last year I was like, there's no way we're taking a wide receiver. No way we're taking a wide receiver. All this other junk. And then like the last few days before the draft, all of a sudden Drake London is appearing everywhere.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, I was so disappointed initially with that, but I was like, all right, I got over it pretty quick.
Yeah, I think so. Like I initially was like, man, I don't necessarily want like back-to-back pass catchers. But it was understandable. Like especially after you saw, like me and Toby were live last year, like that run on wide receivers that happened after we picked, even including AJ Brown getting traded. Like by the end of the first round, it made it make so much more sense. That reason why they took, completely. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting my kids in the background on the other side of the wall, like having a blast, even though she should be in bed right now. But that's all good. Got me slightly distracted. You would have thought that moving into a house like I did so many years ago, that these walls would have been thicker. No, don't let nobody fool you. They still thin.
You gotta put up them egg crates, man.
I guess I'm gonna have to. Like I'm gonna put them on that side of the wall, not on my side of the wall. On that side of the wall. What are they doing over here? Woon. We appreciate it. Says thank you guys for all the work. We try, man. We try to.
Ooh, thank you, brother.
We try to. There you go. We try to give y'all like content that we think y'all are going to enjoy, and content that we think that y'all are going to not just enjoy but get something out of. We try not to be just talking heads, because as you can see with a million streams going on tonight, there's a ton of talking heads out there. So for the folks that are in here with us tonight, we really do appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I think I counted no less than 10 like Falcon streams tonight.
JR's kid wants Bijan.
Yes, she definitely does want Bijan. Like she don't even know who Bijan is. Oh man. Okay, so we got the Chiefs up on stage.
Yeah, celebrating the Super Bowl win.
There you go.
2 out of the last 3 years.
Yeah, man. Nobody saw that coming when they traded for for Patrick Mahomes. I remember watching that draft going, what are they doing? Like, you had Alex Smith. You were just in the AFC Championship game. Like trading up for a quarterback. That was crazy.
Yeah, what a move it
Yeah.
was.
So Carolina's officially on the clock now.
Cool.
Oh,
cool,
finally.
cool. Good. Panthers on the clock.
Yeah, they're gonna take that down to the last minute.
Well, I mean, Fontenot told us, like, confirm that, right?
Yeah.
I thought that was
Yep.
great. I
Yep.
thought that was great. He was like, well, airtime. Got to have airtime. It just goes to show you at the end of the day, there is like a business portion to this. They want as many eyes on them as they can get. So MJ says that Chiefs intro was a little too much.
Hey, I don't blame them. Like, world champions, drafts
Amen.
happening in your town.
Mm-hmm.
You got
Show
to
out, man.
Show out.
That's it.
Show out.
Let's see.
Just the only
I'll
part
be
that kills
right
me,
back.
man, because they be slow rolling that thing. Taking it
Yeah,
down to the
that's.
last bit.
Oh, Jonathan had to drop out for a second. No, but yeah, I agree. Like that's the only part is like the slow rolling it or what have you. All right, well, while we got time waiting on Bryce Young's name to get called, who's caught your eye in this draft? Because this isn't necessarily the deepest draft in the world. I think this is another draft full of Robins, not Batmans per se.
Yeah.
So who's a prospect that has caught your eye?
I tell you what, man, Miles Murphy, I think, although I'm not too happy about the hand size, but he's got that length though. And he's a strong player. He's definitely in my top 10. I'm curious to see where he goes.
Yeah, he was high for me when all this like first really got kicked off. But as the process drug on, the consensus like had him down in the mid range, of the latter half of the first round.
Yeah.
And I've even seen some mocks that had him a second round. I don't think he falls to the second round, but the more that I study these pass rushers in this particular draft, the more that it's like, okay, these guys aren't Miles Murphy. They're not, Chase Young's potential. They're not Joey Bosa or Nick Bosa. You have like Will Anderson, who I think once he gets lined up on the edge and is ripped from the edge, I think he'll be a productive player. Then you have like Jalen Carter as like the most productive pass rushers. I know you're going to say, well, what about Tyree Wilson? To me, with Tyree, you're still betting on traits.
Yeah.
You're betting on the power. You're betting on the speed and burst. And, you're betting that he's going to be able to put it together. Tyree Wilson, in a lot of ways, reminds me a lot of Trayvon Walker from last year. Trayvon didn't necessarily have the production that you would want from the first overall selection, but he had the traits, and they felt like once you put him on the edge and left him there, that he was going to end up producing.
I think watching Trayvon Walker, I think Tyree Wilson is a much better prospect at the NFL level when he gets there. I think he has so much more to offer to the table than Trayvon does. Now, Trayvon, he was just in his first year last year, so he didn't really get the splash as a number one overall, pick. But I really think Tyree Wilson gets on the right team. He is going to blast off successfully. Now, if the Texans are that pick, or the team he goes to, with DeMeco Ryan being in his first year there, that makes a lot of sense because they do need a pass rusher like him to run that Seattle-style defense over there. So I can see that happening with him going at number 2 and not even making it to the Falcons at 8.
Oh yeah, I don't think Wilson, unless the medical is worse than we thought. Like I said, we haven't heard anything about the medical, but unless not much about the medical anyway. But unless the medical is way worse than we thought, I think he's probably gone before the 8th overall pick for sure. Let's see. I mean, Nighthawk, you're not wrong. He only had one great year, but shoot, a lot of these players at this junction have only had one great year. By the time they get to the draft, so I mean, you can make that statement about a lot of the players. Let's see, Blizz, why the Panthers taking so long?
So that everybody talks about him.
Right, so that everybody talks about them and that you keep watching. That's why.
Yeah,
they can make more money.
Pretty much.
Let's see. AR says, "Man, with Young, Bryce Young, I'm assuming all you need is one good hit and he's out. His size is a concern. It is, but I mean, he's only really had one injury in college, and he played in the SEC. So." And he had the same injury that CJ Stroud had. So
the biggest, I'm not saying he's not going to be, or he's going to be a bust or whatever. I'm not saying anything like that. The thing I will say is, when you watch him play, so many times you see him drop back and he just sits there and scans and scans and scans, and then he finds a guy open. And because he's got a clean pocket for forever, is he going to be able to, where even the worst teams in the league, the pick is in, but even the worst teams in the league are not going to give you too much more than 3 or 4 seconds. Whereas like in college, he could routinely sit back there for 4, 5, 6 seconds. Move around a little bit, and then he was ready to go.
Right. Well, that's the deal. I was watching, I think it was Trevor Skimian, maybe. He was doing like a breakdown on the Ringer, and like that was one of the things that he was, pointing at was with Bryce Young is how far he drops back so that he can see the field. And then and then how he has to layer the throws, over the linebackers and in front of the safeties, but it has to take a higher arc because of his size. So, I mean, I guess in a sense for Falcons fans, you got to hope all that comes to fruition. Right?
Yeah.
Like what you don't want to see is the Bryce Young that, won the Heisman and consistently was carving up, pretty much every defense that he come across with or without, big time playmakers. So, he's able to, create, get out on the edge and, make plays.
Oh, he's coming up to the podium.
Oh, let's
go, baby.
Chris says, like, please let it be Levis. That would be hilarious. If it was Levis or Anthony Richardson.
Bryce Young.
Yep. I mean, that's what everybody figured, right?
Yeah.
Like that's no real huge surprise. Like it was going to be Bryce Young. So like I said, now we just, as Falcons fans, you got to hope that this is, that all the concerns do come to roost. That he ends up being, too short, batted passes, too small, can't get through a season.
Bryce Young is going to be like, if they're going to go with Bryce Young, they're going to have to. He's trying to put that hat on. He's like, my hair won't let me.
Hold it.
But no, they're going to have to basically do what the Saints did for Breeze, but even more so because he's even shorter. And that is, you have to make sure that the center of your O-line is rock solid.
Yep.
You have to build a wall right in the middle. If you don't, and guys can come free up the middle, he's got no shot. But a lot of quarterbacks are going to be that way, but a lot of quarterbacks are taller, can see over the line, can make some quicker reads and stuff like that. But if you're in his face right up the middle, like, he can't see anything. can't do it. He can throw to where he hopes or thinks somebody's going to be, but like he can't see anything. He's going to have to try to get outside, and if he can't,
it's going to be a lot of like what he has over Breeze is the mobility.
Yeah,
and King is not wrong. Like he says, if Kyler can survive, I think he'll be okay.
He's shorter than Kyler.
Yeah, he is smaller than Kyler. So, but hold on. Well, Chris says, now the chaos starts now.
Either now or
time for the draft to officially start now.
Right,
or 3.
I think that the draft starts at 3. Like I think, because to me, it's either Houston takes Will Anderson or Tyree Wilson, or Houston. This whole deal has been a smokescreen, and they take C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
To me, that's Houston's 2 options, right? So to me, the real craziness starts at Arizona. Like, does Arizona, because they sound like they've been trying to desperately trade out. So does Arizona's trade out, and make a move there. So,
well, I mean, there has been rumor that the Titans and them was working on a trade up for the Titans to not only trade up to 3 overall, but get DeAndre Hopkins. Also,
yeah, that was a
in the trade.
Yeah, that was a rumor that I was reading earlier.
And if a lot of folks remember the Falcons, about 3 weeks ago, there was a rumor that the Falcons wanted to see if they can work a deal out to get up to number 3, but they wanted to wait to see how the draft unfolded before they made that decision to do that. Now we don't know how true that is or what the player is, who the player is.
My question on that one, is like, who's the player? Like, who's the player that you would go up to get at 3? Like, if Will Anderson's sitting there, is it Will Anderson? Like,
I think it's Will. For me, it would be Will Anderson or Tyree Wilson. I know you talk about Tyree Wilson as like betting on the traits.
I mean,
I just feel
okay. So the pick is in.
Oh wow.
Let's see.
Well, they knew who they wanted quickly.
Bam. So we'll see who is going to end up being.
They didn't waste no time. They ran up to they put that in quick. So they already knew who they wanted.
Yep. Well, I get yeah. I saw it, Josh. He says, I'm not going to spoil it. That is okay. I'll let it play out before, but I thought, Chris says, there will be chaos. Oh, man. So, yeah, we'll give it a second and see. The pick is in. We'll let them. But that makes sense to me. It makes the most sense to me. So let's see. Let's see what we got here.
My TV's so slow.
Well, I also got Twitter open, and Twitter spoils everything.
Well, yeah,
I got Twitter open on one screen. I got the actual draft going on my phone, and then obviously got the stream going here. Let's see. Ryan says, I always felt like the trading up to 3 rumors were just to try to boost the value of our 8th pick if someone big drops. Yeah, that's part of me has felt that way. Like, I don't think that they were actually serious, but I think they were calling, just to see if something did pan out like they wanted, to see what it was going to cost them to go up and get it.
They have had conversations with the Texans. They've had conversations with the Cardinals. They've probably had conversations with, the Lions. They've probably had all kinds of. Willie,
we appreciate you greatly. Oh, sorry. Says, thank you all so much for bringing such great Falcons content this offseason. The professionalism and quality y'all bring is second to none. Can't say enough of how your show has been a blessing. Good to see Toby again. Thank you so much for that, Willie.
Same here, fam.
We very much appreciate that. And that's what we try to do, So, yep, the pick is in. It's CJ Stroud. Like, that's the only thing that made sense to me. Like, I get it. you got to pick at 12. Your defensive player can be there at 12, or you could potentially, trade up with the Falcons because maybe, Tyree Wilson is still sitting there. I never in a million years thought that Stroud was going to fall out of the top 5, much less the top 10.
Yeah.
Like what he did against that Georgia defense, to me, cemented his status as 1A, 1B in this draft.
To me, this was the guy, and I'm not taking Bryce Young, great quarterback.
Yeah.
In college to this point. We'll see what he does in the pros, but to this point, he deserves to be the number 1 pick. This is the guy that I did not want to see in Carolina.
No.
I did not want to have to worry about him for the next however many years.
Seeing him twice
This was the guy.
No.
So I'm glad that he's in the AFC.
Yep.
The only time we'll have to face him like in a playoff type atmosphere is if we're both in the Super Bowl, and I can deal with it.
Right.
But at the end of the day, I did not want CJ Stroud. He's a bigger guy. He's a outstanding pinpoint accurate passer.
Yeah, I was about to say the precision of his passes. Like you can't. I know that whole S2. It wouldn't surprise me one bit if the Texans were the ones that were leaking the S2 crap to help cement the Panthers' decision, in a way to stick with Bryce. But you can't sit here and watch that Georgia game and not think that it's that's the guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I get it. Ohio and their scheme, he's able to the way Ryan Day, does the whole their offensive scheme. Guys come running open free a lot, but in that game against Georgia, you saw him moving. You saw him playing off script. You saw him doing everything that you had questions about, and that's exactly what you needed to see. Now, I haven't seen this yet, King. Did the Vikings move up to 3, or are you just messing with me? Can anybody see that?
King was messing with us earlier with the Levis pick, so
I know he was.
I'm going to go with messing with us.
I think he might be messing with us. I have not seen anybody breaking. There you go, Toby. He said, "Just join and say hi, Toby."
Hey.
She doesn't even come in and say hey to me. So
all right, man, you ought to feel special.
I do, man.
Oh Lord,
always been loyal.
That's right. Josh says Stroud was amazing against UGA. That's the only tape you need, in my opinion. In a sense, I'm not a proponent of all you have to do is just watch one game, but that one showed you everything you needed. It was the biggest stage. It was the toughest opponent, and he rose to the occasion. If it wasn't for a kicker, they probably would have been hoisting the college playoff trophy, straight up. And so that was a great game on his part.
I mean, look, he was number 2 on my board. So right now my board is looking pretty good. I had Bryce Young at number 1. I had him at number 2. Now I got Jalen Carter at number 3. So let's see if the Arizona Cardinals going to keep this thing rolling and take Jalen Carter right here. I think it could be one of the pass rushers, or that they take.
Oh yeah, that or you could have the first offensive lineman come off here.
Yeah.
Because I'm not 100% sure the state of the offensive line for Arizona. I know that they've had trouble with that in the past. So Josh saying seeing the Patriots trading up to 3, I haven't seen that come across yet.
Now that would be a shocker.
Oh yeah, because you got to figure
where are they at.
Hold on, at number 3, the Arizona Cardinals are trading with the Texans.
What?
Holy crap!
That's what Ian Rappaport just said that.
I did see somebody talk some mock draft where somebody said that they said they were trading back up.
So
wow.
Yeah, Ian Rappaport just reported that at number 3, the Arizona Cardinals are trading with the Texans. So this got to be Will Anderson, right? Or Tyree Wilson?
It's got to be a pass rusher.
It's got to be. Like it's either
Yeah.
Will Anderson or it's Tyree Wilson.
Tyree. Yeah.
I mean, the Texans got the capital. They had the most picks in the draft.
Oh yeah,
Started
they
when we
got the
started.
capital to do it, and Arizona had been wanting to get out of that third pick all the way around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Barney Bennett says,
Wow.
"Wow."
So the Texans were at 12, and they must
And
have
then
gave up
come
that
back
12.
up.
Oh, yeah, to come back up.
Well, at least you're not going to have quarterback going 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
But ain't this the
Yeah.
first time that they've had to go quarterback 1 and 2? Like
It's
first
been
and second?
it's been a
Or it's been a long
long
time since that's happened?
Yeah, it's been a minute since you
So-
had,
They must have not have been sure that they were going to get back up. So you went
Yeah.
ahead and took Stroud at 2.
yeah.
Yeah, Josh, you ain't kidding. He says Houston ain't playing. No, they ain't.
So it was Trevor. I remember it was Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson went at 1 and 2
Oh, yeah, that's
when we
right.
took Kyle Pitts.
Maybe
when
they
he
were
was
talking about
21.
like because at one point in time during this, they were talking about it was going to be quarterback 1 to 4,
Yeah.
and because somebody would trade up into 3. So
Wow. Well, I mean, we've been hearing rumors swirling around Arizona trying to get out that number 3 pick.
oh, dude,
And
for the whole time
they've done it. Yeah.
they did. Yeah, they made it happen.
Yeah. They've done it.
All right,
So
let's see.
it's gonna be interesting to see who the third
All right. So
prospect is.
Houston's
Blizz
we're
the-
assuming Will Anderson.
Yeah, Blizz thinks it's Wilson. I'm thinking it's Anderson. I think
Yeah.
Anderson's the most complete pick.
Day one, ready to go pick.
Yeah, I think Anderson is
As far as edge goes.
right, and he showed his versatility about being able to play that 4-eye last year for Alabama.
Yep.
So yeah, I would imagine that it's Will Anderson. Yeah. Where did it go? I just saw it.
Yeah, the
Come
pick is in.
And he says, Wayden says Will Anderson smiling big. I think that's what it is. I think it's Will Anderson. Yeah. Yeah. King 7 says Will Anderson's a pick. I think that's what it's going to be.
Yeah, it's gonna be one of those players. They gonna get
Somebody
one
on
of
Twitter
the
was
pass
like,
rush.
okay, Texans, Stroud, and JSN. And he's like, or not.
So the Houston sent 12, 33, a first round next year and a third round next year to
Holy
the Cardinals to move up. So that's pretty big right there.
Yeah,
It is big.
but they got to have that pass rush over there to work that
Oh yeah.
Seattle style defense. They got to have a premier guy over there, and to me, it would have to be, in my opinion, Will Anderson.
It
as
is.
It is.
opposed to Tyree.
They just showed it on the screen.
Yep.
Okay, so
Josh Dillon's
yeah.
like Anderson is the
Yeah.
pick. Yep.
That makes
It makes the
sense.
most sense. It
Yeah.
absolutely makes the most
It
sense
does.
that Will Anderson was
Makes the most sense.
Mm-hmm.
So now you got to figure Will Levis or Anthony Richardson, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
For the Colts. And I'm saying Will Levis here. They've made no bones about thinking that he's like the next like Andrew Luck in the sense like that's what they see all over him.
Yeah.
Emma in the background. Hi, Emma.
That's my wife.
Hey.
Wait to chat.
Hey, everybody.
Welcome home.
Yeah, there he is. I mean, y'all, I'm just getting even more excited because the possibilities are widening right now.
Oh, dude.
This continues to go
like
where
right
it's
now
going.
you got Wilson, Gonzalez, Witherspoon. So you got to figure once you get past 4, so Seattle's probably going to take Jalen Carter, I would imagine.
Yeah, if he makes it
So
there.
so let's say it is Jalen Carter at 5. So 6 and 7, if they both go cornerback, or even if the Raiders go quarterback, then you could really be sitting there looking at Bijan Robinson, Tyree Wilson. I think if Tyree Wilson's there at 8, that's who we take.
Yeah, if Tyree makes it there, I think he will be the guy. If not, I think it's Bijan
Right.
over any other corners. But hey, they can surprise us.
Yeah.
However their board shapes out is nothing like how I was shaped out as fans of the game.
Right. Chris thinks that Seattle would be taking AR-15 if he's there. I mean,
He may go to Indianapolis, but
Right.
like I know that there was some stuff that came out where basically like the Manning said we
like Chris
basically get behind will leave us.
That might be enough for me to like take Anthony Richardson. like why are you gonna let like past players like? I get it, they're NFL royalty, yada yada yada, but come on, like you ain't part of the organization no more. I don't need you to christen anything for me.
Yeah.
But Josh thinks that AR-15 is going to go to the Titans. Like the Titans may trade up.
I mean, does he make it that far? Because if he does, if AR-15 doesn't go here at 4, if Levis goes 4, the Raiders want a quarterback. And Richardson, to be completely honest, like Richardson probably makes the most sense to go there because he can sit.
He can sit behind Garoppolo for a year.
Yeah. Now, how happy is Garoppolo going to be about that?
Well,
like,
I mean,
I got to go to another situation.
I was about to say Garoppolo is the only one who thinks he's a long-term starter. Okay.
Yeah.
Like nobody else thinks Garoppolo is a long-term starter. So like, because I've never seen another quarterback that you've gone to 2 Super Bowls or close to it.
Mm-hmm.
Did they go to 2?
Yeah.
No, it was just 1.
He went to 1.
Yeah, he went to 1, and then he was
almost made it to another one.
Almost made it to another one, and then your team lets you just walk. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, escorts you out the building, so to speak.
Well, because at the end of the day, like it wasn't Garoppolo that got him to the Super Bowl.
No,
like,
it was their defense.
He for the most part didn't hurt it. He didn't hurt their chances. He was a very good guy of like generally taking care of the ball. He's a guy that could make some passes when he needed to, but he was not the guy that got you there. That defense and their offensive line and the running game is what got them there.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
yeah, exactly.
And Shanahan's play calling, you know, I mean, because you can see all of a sudden Brock Purdy comes in, this is Mr. Irrelevant, and it's like he's off to the races.
Yep. So the pick is in. Apparently the Hawks must not be doing pretty good. Says the Celtics ain't playing games today. Somebody will have to keep us informed.
I bet they ain't.
Heck no. If the Hawks lose today, it's done, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's over.
Okay. Well, I don't know. The Hawks they need to get more consistent play. Like every time I don't know enough about basketball, but every time I check in on them, it seemed like it was just a yo-yo, wins and losses.
Yeah.
And the folks that I follow on Twitter would be making comments like, about it. So let's see. All right, so the pick is in, and I think I know what it is. Josh is saying the Colts are about to shake up the draft. The stream I'm watching is predicting Anthony Richardson.
Are they taking Bijan at 4?
No, I think that. Let's see. No, it looks like they did draft Richardson. So, yep, AR-15. That's interesting.
Yeah,
it is,
because everybody pretty much had Richardson as the 4th quarterback.
And Richardson goes to a guy who worked with Jalen Hurts.
Exactly.
With Shane Steichen.
Mm-hmm.
That's assuming he's a good head coach. We'll see. He was a really good offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Let's see what he can do as a head coach.
That's pretty cool for Richardson.
Yeah, that is, man. And it's pretty cool for us too, because it's still widening up for us right now. So let's go. Keep it rolling.
That's it. No, I like it. Like 3 quarterbacks.
Let's go, baby.
And so now you got what Seattle's on the clock.
Yep.
So like I said,
Yep.
there's a good possibility it's Jalen Carter. At least that's what I feel like
Or
it could
Tyree
be.
Wilson.
Or Tyree Wilson. So what you shaking your head over there?
She asked if I fed the cats. I was like,
Oh.
totally forgot.
Totally forgot.
Ooh,
Heck with them
boy.
cats.
Oh, then Jonathan, I don't want to see you on them YouTube videos now where them cats be slapping you in the face now because you didn't feed them.
me and the cats have already had conversations. They know.
Uh-oh. All right, baby. Three quarterbacks in the top 5 picks.
Yeah, that's good news for us. Only
Yeah,
one
man.
edge rusher. So
all right, so this is where we expect Carter to go, right? If he's going to go before the Falcons, we expect him to go here.
yeah.
Oh, you're talking about
that's
Carter?
Been the rumor mill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what that's what I have seen and read. Bug says next episode, snapped cats versus Jonathan. Squared off in the squared circle.
That elbow on him.
Hey.
People's boat.
Keep one eye open.
That's right. Keep one eye open. Oh man.
Well, Anthony Richardson goes
Ryan Savage,
4.
we better not take Carter even if he's there at 8. I will say this. If we take Carter, he gets past Seattle and we take Carter, then either some of the stuff we've been hearing is nonsense, or unfortunately, maybe they're in the same boat of like, well, we got these guys and we figure he can learn from them and then emulate that, like mentor him, maybe. But if there is a concern about his passion, like is football the thing that he wants to do above everything else? I'm not saying he can't have hobbies outside of football. You can't go fishing or whatever. Dedicated. But like when it's time to work and it's like this, I love doing this just about more than anything else in the world. If he doesn't have that kind of mentality or close to it, then I don't know if you can instill it. I don't know if you can teach.
No, I mean, I don't think you can make somebody want to.
Yeah.
That
it's
much
got to
is
be
for sure.
there.
So, but again, what we know about Jalen Carter is what we hear from other people that are telling stories from other people. It's all hearsay and third, from the distance, the phone game that happens, and that probably is super crazy by the time it gets to us.
Oh yeah.
So who knows what's actually true? Who knows what's actually not true? There's no way to tell. Far, what we've seen of this team and of the people that they want and the kind of players they want around them, they want players who are passionate about football, who are have that kind of mentality.
Yeah.
If Carter doesn't have that, then they just may be like, if he doesn't have it, then he may never be as good as he could possibly be.
Right. And well, I'm also looking at what they have the Seahawks needs set up as like D-line, wide receiver, and O-line. I wonder if we get our first O-lineman here, like Paris Johnson or Skoronski or something. Because if you're going to roll with Geno, then, you may want to try to keep him upright a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that they could go that route and take them an O-lineman.
Yep. Mike Bell just tweeted out, he said Richardson to Indy. So Falcons trade down to Titans who take Levis.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, like if Levis is there, Levis, one of the O-linemen, whatever, that's going to be one of the better scenarios if we are actually looking to trade down.
Yeah. It's getting interesting, I'll tell you that. Getting very interesting. And the Seahawks is At least on my TV, they taking it down to
Taking it
as
down to the
close as
wire,
they
ain't they?
can. Yeah. Now either they're working a trade with somebody, or they're just truly trying to decide who they want to take at 5.
Yeah, yeah, I haven't seen anything pop up yet on my Twitter feed. Yeah, even somebody saying the Seahawks are milking the time usually means they're trying to trade. So
Yep.
I wonder if the Titans are trying to jump up ahead of the Raiders.
Maybe so.
Possibly.
You know,
But I look at it, Michael Rothstein just tweeted out, he's like 4 picks until the Falcons, players left. And to be completely honest, like I would be okay with just about any one of these guys.
Yeah.
At 8.
And I ain't even
If we stick at 8, and that's Tyree Wilson, Christian Gonzalez, Devin Witherspoon, Jalen Carter, Paris Johnson, Bijan Robinson, Peter Skronsky.
yeah,
If we
they're
take any of those guys at 8, not even going back, just at 8.
well, they're not trading because the pick is in. They're just taking their sweet time. Pete
Taking
Carroll
it
might
down.
have forgot, where the podium was or whatever.
Well, I mean,
he's getting on there. You know what I'm saying? Like
they were probably on calls, but they were they just couldn't get what they wanted.
Yeah, not getting what they were hoping for. Because I wonder now, like with Richardson going, I wonder if it's if they're thinking that, like, if the Titans are thinking that either A, they can trade further down, like hoping that he gets past the Raiders. I don't know how much Josh McDaniels would be in love with Levis or not. Because I've also heard some reports that, they were having like some personality, like people were like questioning his personality, like during these interviews and stuff like that.
It's just because he's probably a little bit of a weird guy. Like he does the whole like I eat bananas
thing
with the peel on,
yeah,
and
what are you doing?
Just
like what
he's just a weird dude. We come to find out maybe took a few years, but Aaron Rodgers, weird dude,
very weird dude.
But he's a great football player. At the end of the day,
pick is in. They're guessing Devon Witherspoon. That's interesting.
That would be interesting.
Because you figure if he was going to go with a corner, it'd be Gonzalez, like the long corner, like trying to get his Richard Sherman again.
Well, remember now they're not exactly running that Seattle defense anymore with the new defensive coordinator, so they've
that's
changed
true.
some philosophies over there now.
Who is their DC now?
I forgot that guy's name, man. I was looking at him at the end of the year.
I do know that they aren't running their typical scheme that they had been running, the Legion of Boom scheme.
I can't remember his name, man.
It does appear to be Witherspoon. So that's interesting. But I mean, he's hard hitting, and Pete Carroll loves that.
Oh yeah.
And good man coverage. So if they're looking to, get more into, the man game, get back into the man game again with their secondary. So, all right, 3 picks left.
That's pretty good though, because they got Tyreek Woolen already over there that they drafted, and he had a pretty good year last year. Now you add this guy. This guy is a menace underneath routes, man. He destroys them, and that's one of the things that caught my eye over all the other cornerbacks is how he destroys those underneath routes. And man, his man-to-man coverage, it is wonderful. I love to watch him play, man. I mean, I watched 3 games and never had to go back and watch him again. That's just how memorable he was to me all the way leading up to this point. And that says a lot for me, where he could stick in my mind that long. He's a memorable player. I'm just glad he's not in our division.
Oh, yeah,
so we can see him be a menace. I can be a true fan and see him be a menace over there in the West. So I'll take that.
Go menace everybody else.
Yeah.
Chris says this is not enough chaos for me.
I know it needs to get a little more chaos. Well, we'll see what happens at 8. Like this is it. Like I remember this was like back in like the heyday of all the Jalen Carter stuff when everything came out about his involvement in the wreck that killed that other Georgia player,
right.
And there was like shortly after that, there was a lot of talk like if he makes it past Seattle, because Seattle has no issues with like character issues and stuff like that. But if he makes it past Seattle, how far does he drop?
Right.
Yeah.
Willie's over here says Witherspoon before Gonzalez, Carter falling, AR before Lee. That's not enough chaos. So I guess I'm going to sum up what Willie Doc's trying to say. Are you not entertained?
I know.
I think it's been pretty good. Like watching, the Texans come back up for to get the number 3. That was pretty cool to see. Yeah, no, it's going to be really interesting if Carter's sitting there at 8.
Yeah,
And-
it is.
Man, what if you got Bijan? Well, Bijan will almost assuredly be there.
Yeah.
But say you had Bijan, Carter, and Wilson all sitting at 8.
Ooh.
That's a tough one there, John. I don't even know.
Man, dude,
I'm gonna have to close my eyes on the pick then because that's just
You just set up pictures on a dartboard.
That's a tough one. But if the rumors are hold true that they are out on Carter, then we're gonna find out if Carter makes it to 8 and we don't select him.
Chandler says Bijan or I'm a riot. I don't know about all that. You ain't wrong, True. Like, yeah, we almost up. We getting there. And it's gonna be fun. We only got 2 more picks ahead of us. Now, my question is, like, Detroit's been heavily rumored to be taking a cornerback. So, like, if they take Gonzalez, then, like I said, I think you really will be staring at, Bijan, Wilson, and Carter.
Yeah.
And then that makes me wonder, like, is Carter or is Wilson's, like, foot injury a little more, concerning?
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Very possible.
Falcons are going. Holy crap. The Lions are sending the number 6 to the Cardinals. Arizona is moving back up.
Wow, boy, this is crazy.
Are they going? Are they going after their OT?
Gotta be right.
Yeah,
like,
they got.
Or do you think they're going after like Wilson?
Or do you think maybe they go for Carter because they lost JJ Watt?
That could be.
It's possible, man. But I mean, man,
there's your chaos, Chris. Cardinals straight up. Huh. Okay.
So the top 3 teams, 2 out of those 3 have traded back up
into the top 5.
The top 5.
Well,
wow. Top 7.
6.
Yeah. Wow. That's
so Detroit gets stuff. They get 12 and 34. So, okay. Chris is entertained now.
Do y'all think that Will Levis goes to Detroit?
Ooh, now they got a situation there with golf.
Yeah.
Like if he makes it to 12, I still really wonder if but who would the Titans have to jump to come up to us? Who's crap? I don't have the draft order in my head. Because they're at 11.
Well, the Eagles are at 10 and the Bears at 9. Yeah.
So they wouldn't.
Right, then Philly, and I don't know who's at 11 right now.
11 is the Titans. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like there's no need for them. If Levis makes it to us, there's no need for the Titans to jump up.
There's no need. Yeah.
Now, unless somebody wants to come up, they would have to jump the Titans. Now, if say Washington wants Levis,
yeah,
like they could jump up to us, potentially.
Yeah.
Oh, Flavius, I'm getting it from Twitter, bro. like Twitter, they have no problem whatsoever spoiling whatever. Like, and like we're watching it with such delays that it's, I always say I'm not gonna let it spoil, but then whatever. We start talking about it. Okay. So I see who they pick if we want to just go ahead and talk about it. They picked. I would throw it out there. King's already put it up in there. They picked
Oh,
Paris. They picked Paris Johnson. Yeah. So they get
came
their
up for
tackle.
they came back up for their tackle.
Right. They came back up
try to give Murray a better offensive line in front of him.
Well, in that sense, they had to jump like Chicago potentially.
Yeah.
To, because they,
yeah.
I don't know. You ain't playing. You
So
ain't
if
playing, King.
So if I'm not mistaken, didn't they draft a top offensive lineman last year too?
They may have. I can't remember who they picked last year.
Let's see.
Was it
Pull it up for
Green
us.
from Texas A&M?
You
What
might
was his
not.
name? He was a guy like or Charles Cross. I think they took.
Was it
Charles
Cross from Mississippi? I think Cross went to Seattle. Because I think Charles Cross went to Seattle.
Okay, so they didn't. Arizona didn't get. Who did they take last year? That's who I got switched up.
Yeah.
I'm looking to see. Hold on.
So it's Paris Johnson.
They took the first pick they had was in the second round. They took Trey McBride.
Okay, they didn't have
They didn't have a first round.
Yeah, okay.
So
but that's a pretty solid pick with Paris Johnson. I like this tape when I watched him. Now I felt much better about Broderick Jones because I felt he was my Iggy Ekwonu of this year.
Got you. Okay.
But hey, Paris Johnson was solid, so he's worth a top 10 pick.
Oh yeah. I definitely think he was worth the top 10. Like I wouldn't have been mad at all if we'd had picked him at 8 and slotted him at guard for a few years. He said he was down and willing to do that. So
yeah.
No, you ain't wrong, JW. The Falcons definitely have a shot at Wilson or Carter. Like one of those two are going to be there.
Yep.
I can't see Wilson and Carter going to Vegas, and because it's Vegas.
Yeah.
One of those two is going to be there.
Oh,
both of them, dude. It's going to be Carter, Wilson, and Bijan, and they're going to pick Bijan, and everybody's going to lose their damn mind.
Oh boy! Everybody except me, because I'm not going to be tripping about it, because I don't think you can go wrong with it either way you decide to go with what you've done in the off season. But
definitely. But I think honestly, if it's Wilson, Carter, and Bijan, I think they take Wilson.
Yeah,
because you got to view him as like your heir apparent to what Calais Campbell's going to bring you. Like he gets a year to learn under Calais Campbell.
Yeah,
to refine his game. I think like Willie's not wrong. Like if they pass on Carter, then something must be wrong with Carter.
Yeah,
there must be some serious like character concerns, because if there's one thing most teams aren't going to balk at or not going to overlook, and that's character concerns.
Yeah,
because character concerns cost you money. That's the one thing you can't necessarily predict.
Yep.
So if they've talked to coaches up there in Athens, and coaches are like, he didn't always play hard, whatever, then who knows? But I really like. Chris says trading back for Philly for 10 and 30. I mean, that would be like I would take it. I'd take it. I just don't know, like, who does Philly jump up for? An O lineman? Like, do they come up for Skoronski since they lost Isaac, what have you? I can't remember his last name. They lost an O lineman.
Yeah, I know. We looked at him in like one of our free agent videos.
Exactly. Yeah. So I mean, I know they lost an O lineman. So do they think that they need to jump in front of
the Bears?
The Bears. Now, our friend of the show, Daniel Flick, just tweeted out. It says Ian Rapport says the Falcons would have drafted Paris Johnson at 8 if he had been there.
Ooh.
So then if that's the case, that might put Skoronski back in the mix.
Well, it does, but now do they view him as a guy worth it at that spot, or do they view, because they talked about having pods of guys in specific like
Right.
clusters of guys.
Clusters of guys.
So
Yeah.
do they view Skoronski as more of a teens guy? And if they could trade back, then that's who they're targeting. But if they're going to pick at 8, it's Tyree Wilson or Bijan.
Right.
You know,
Who knows?
And maybe that's why Arizona jumped up, because they felt like that's what the Falcons were going to do.
Right.
well, I think they wanted to get in front of Chicago.
Well, and if Rappaport's to be believed, they wanted to get in front of us as well. Come back up and get in front of us because their guy. And you also got to figure, like, well, it was a couple of days ago, you got the report that Kyler Murray was lobbying for Paris Johnson. You know, maybe the new head coach and the new GM is trying to, like, build a better relationship with Kyler.
Not doing that,
right.
Yeah.
I'm always worried about appeasing a player, or if you end up having to appease a player, like, I don't know. That tends to never work out well.
Well,
but
however the case, there are some guys on this board at 8 that I just don't see where you can go wrong with either guy. But like, if you don't take Jalen Carter at 8,
I mean,
Twitter is gonna blow up.
You got Carter, you got Wilson, you got Bijan, you got Gonzalez is still on the board.
Yeah.
Currently, you got Skoronski. I mean, yeah. You know,
there's plenty of talent there. It just all depends on who they have higher on their board.
That's it. Like what that pod looks like.
Yep.
Jarek says, I am late. Pound for pound, rise up, rise up. He said, but is that Toby D in it? That is very much Toby.
That is a clone. we grew him in JR's backyard.
That's one of them deep fakes.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
I took all the years of videos of Toby and been like steadily feeding it into an AI machine to make a deep fake of Toby so that we can have him back on. Now, if I did that, then I need to be doing something else with my life if I could figure out how to do that. Bradley says the pick is in. So let's see what they do. Because this could be Levis.
Could be.
Or it could be like another offensive lineman. So. Oh, cool. The Hawks are only down by 1.
Nice.
So,
that's 35-34 after the first quarter.
Yeah.
That's a lot of points.
No defense, bro. Their defensive strategy is I'm going to score more points than you.
They scrapping.
Oh, looks like Josh is saying that the Raiders took our guy.
Took Tyree Wilson?
Yeah.
Or Bijan?
Tyree. Looks like it's Tyree Wilson.
All right, so if it's Wilson, then we got Carter, Bijan, Gonzalez.
Bijan, Carter.
All right, so if we look at it from a perspective of depth in the draft, the problem is like all 3 of those spots, whether you're talking D-line, like an interior D-line guy, a running back, and a cornerback, the depth in the draft is really good for all 3 of those.
For the most part, so I mean, you got
what spot is not as deep in this particular situation?
See, it's hard for me to say that because you got decent O linemen that you could pick up. And in the second and third round, whether it's Cody Mall, whether it's Steve Avila, whether it's like John Michael Schmidt, like there's a good number of offensive linemen, so it doesn't necessarily have to be offensive linemen here. Like if you're going best talent, it's Carter or it's Bijan.
Yeah.
Like if you're sitting there at 8 and nobody's coming up to make your trade, then it's Bijan. The Falcons are currently on the clock.
Yep.
And
let's see how fast they put it in.
So let's see.
If they're trying to move back, then this will take a few minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go ahead and move that to the
But
Oh, good Lord, I
Jalen
spelled that
Clark
wrong.
is on
Yeah,
the
you
board.
did.
So
Yeah, dude. Good Lord, let me edit that real quick because I'm
Jalen
over
Clark,
here.
Were you
Jalen Carter is on the board, y'all.
Were you
Yes,
trying? Were you trying to? Were you trying to
well.
spell the Falcons are on their cloaca?
Calaca. The Falcons were on the Calaca. Willie's messing with me. Calaca? Don't look now. Y'all know. Y'all know.
It's like
now.
Falcons just trying to stick it up his cloaca.
Sneak up on him, get him in his Calaca.
That doesn't sound like let me get some of that. That sound like a drink.
Yeah, get some of that
The other thing
cognac.
is, so we saw that 35-34 score. Trey Young has like 18 points in the first quarter.
Good Lord. That is nuts.
Mm.
JW says, man, I'm nervous right now. Yeah, my anxiety is definitely building.
It's Bijan, y'all. Don't worry. It's Bijan. They're going to pass on Jalen Carter.
Rod says, please, Jalen Carter locked. I don't know.
I mean, the biggest the only thing I will say is, now I will say in their, if they feel like there is a potential character concern in that situation with him, with Jalen Carter, if they take him, then they believe that it's just he needs better mentorship.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. And so you have some like vet leadership in that. Josh, don't even do it. Don't.
Josh don't did it.
He says we're trying to trade back. We'll see.
I know, but I'm just not. But then he goes, and then do not spoil that till I see it on this stream.
This is the only one I'm asking y'all. I'm asking chat to hold off on this one.
Yeah. Wait
So.
until we say something. Wait till I say something, because I will say it as soon as it pops up on my screen, and then you can go wild with it.
That's right. Willie's over here.
I'm not even looking at Twitter.
This. Oh, Bradley's saying the pick is in.
I'm literally like forcing my hand
to like refresh Twitter.
Yep.
After this one, Josh, you can go back to let me know what's going on, and that's
you can spoil it all the way through the next picks, all the way through the end.
20 some odd or whatever it is. This one, like I said, I'm not even refreshing Twitter. Come on.
Yep. My mouse is like hovering on it. I'm like, no, don't do it.
Don't do it. Come on, resist the temptation, Jonathan. Resist it.
I know.
Bradley says it's a commercial for him.
Yeah, mine is still going, counting down, but now
I wonder if so. Right now, we're saying we see the pick is in. I wonder if now they're going to wait to tell us who it is until the commissioner announces it. Correct. Do the other teams know who we picked right now?
Yes.
The pick is in.
Yes, so they know. That I've heard. That I've heard that what you see on TV, like as soon as the pick is in, like those teams know, and the next team down knows, so that they're going and they're moving.
Josh, man, I'm telling you.
Don't do it, Josh.
He's giving me some daggum heart.
Don't do it, Josh.
Jerk. Josh, you're a jerk. I'm just gonna say that right now. You are a big lousy jerk.
No, he's fine. Josh is one of our.
God bless, man.
It's all good. It's all good. All right, everybody's on the phone.
But no, seriously.
Blank's talking to somebody. He's congratulating
of course
whoever.
He's talking to somebody.
Well, I mean, he's congratulating whoever the next Falcon is.
Man, if we went JSN, I'm gonna be.
Oh, it better not be no JSN. I might see me throw this hat over there, and I have to get
no. Now we got to support whoever get on. I'm
talking about just the first few minutes, dog.
Okay, I'll give you the first few minutes.
Like my initial reaction is going to be like,
right.
I'll give y'all the first few minutes to vent it out if that's what it is.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. How long are they gonna drag this out?
They dragging it too, boy.
Yeah, they are.
I gotta shut this door real quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to change mics in a minute because my phone about to die and I need to get it on the charger. But we still got more hours to go. All right, y'all. Let's go, baby. Who coming to the family on the first night? Let's welcome them into the family. Let's go. I need to go ahead and change it. Dang, I gotta wait. I gotta wait on it. I gotta see before I go change my mics.
Thank you, Willie. I appreciate the waiting. They just came back from break. Let's see if
Oh, I was muted. Yeah, I'm off now. I see it. Willie got me.
Yep.
Willie got me. Appreciate that, Willie. Good looking out.
Really?
Blizz.
Blizz.
Oh my God.
It's
Come on. I want to hit this refresh so bad.
I know. He's up there.
All right, what is it?
All right, come on. Are we getting some special person?
Oh God. I don't need special people. That takes even longer.
I know. Hold on, I'm turning this up for a second.
What is it? What is it? What is it? Everybody's just dead silent.
Just gonna say this right now. Rexton 2 fresh-ish. Gibbs ain't there in the third.
No, Gibbs is gone. My wife is reminding me to breathe. I'm trying.
Breathe.
I'm trying.
Guy on the screen, he's doing the same thing.
What is it?
Yep.
What?
Did you not see it?
No, it didn't come across mine yet.
It's Bijan Robinson.
Okay.
Yep.
That's it. All right, let's go.
I told you.
Well, you right 3 years in a row, D.
I told you. Bijan, baby, let's go.
That's it.
Let's go.
Come on with
it. 5 minutes ago, Scott Karasik was like, the Falcons passing on Jalen Carter for Bijan Robinson would be insane.
Well,
insanity is what they did. And let me tell y'all something right now. That is a great pick for Desmond Ridder. You got another pass catcher along with CP84, who is probably going to go to catching more passes this year, because they started doing it when he got into the game. When Desmond Ridder got into the game, they started throwing to CP84 more. And that's what I wanted to see, if they were going to do that. So now that 22 personnel with CP84 and this guy on the field at the same time, they split out 5 wide. That 5 wide formation is going to be nuts, man. You ain't going to be able to stop that with them guys on the field together.
Nope.
No, yeah, you're really not. Like, and you're not wrong in a sense. Like, Flavius talking about his CP's replacement. In a way,
ultimately it will be.
Right.
Yeah.
And right. I mean, that's the deal. Like, beating fools in submission in the 4th round. Like, you have seen what Arthur Smith was able to do with a generational talent such as Derrick Henry, and what he didn't do with okay, you good. And so, like, what he was able to do with Derrick Henry, what he was able to do with 5th round pick Tyler Algier. Like, and why wouldn't you want him to have another weapon, another piece? For your young quarterback that you're, making all the. While Toby's doing that, I'm gonna drop him down. So, But while he's doing, while you're letting your young quarterback groom, basically,
Yep.
and that's a quarterback's best friend is a solid, competent running back, and he's more than a solid, competent running back.
Oh yeah.
He's awesome. You good there, Tom?
Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Man,
Awesome.
let me tell y'all
Awesome.
something. I'm so excited about that pick, man. His catching ability along with his running ability, man. Desmond Ridder is being set up to have success. I mean, you already took Drake London, tall receiver, to help him with the inaccuracies that he has sometimes. Let's just be honest. And you brought Mac Hollins in the offseason, another tall receiver, and you got Pitts coming back. You got Janu Smith. I mean, right now, Desmond Ridder is about to make some folks eat some crow, and I'm here for it. I am here for it.
And it is going to be interesting, like what number does Bijan wear? Because he wore 5 in college, and that's Drake's number.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to see what he picks because Carter has 0. So I figured that. Woon, we appreciate that. He's tipped us $5. We very much appreciate that. So me and you got to quit hitting this thing at the same time, John. I'm just gonna let you do it from now on. That's your job.
I didn't hit it though.
You didn't? Maybe I just did something. Oh. Anyway,
Are you
there's
double clicking it?
Maybe that's what I'm doing. Maybe I'm just double clicking it. Tony Wright says, "Hey Toby, great to see you, man. Hope you're coming back to P for P. We'll see how that goes. He's coming back for tonight for sure.
I'm back for tonight.
That's right. He can
guarantee hang with the guys tonight, man.
Just for the Bijan pick.
There it is. Yeah. Oh man, holy Pete!
Wow.
Philadelphia moved up to 9.
That's what I saw. Berto says, "Is Tyler Algier going to get reps?" Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. They all are.
They all are. And it's going to come in so many different ways. That was the part that we were trying to get everybody. Yeah, like Scott Blair just tweeted out: Pitts, London, Janu, Patterson, Algier, and now Bijan. The Falcons' offense should be explosive.
Look, man, we ran the ball on the average of 35 to 40 times last year, so these guys are going to get a lot of reps, especially in the passing game. I'm telling you right now that I'm calling it right now. That 5-wide offense is going to be dang near unstoppable with them guys on the field together. Yep. I'm telling you.
We appreciate that, Joe Houston. Says now you have an unstoppable offense, and that's very, very possible.
Now the next pick in the second, assuming we don't try to do something to try to move back up into the first,
right?
The next pick probably is like your Cody Maw.
Yeah, your Cody Maw. Your what have
one
you?
One of those
like,
guys.
Yep. Any of those, like your Cody Maws, your like Felix, Uzmaza, Keon White, if he's there in the second round.
Yep.
But you had that feeling that everything they did in the offseason was bolstering that defense.
Yeah.
And you just felt like I felt like the offense was going to get the first round pick, whether it was obviously Bijan or if it was O-lineman. So it seems like, per Rappaport, it seems like in that cluster you had Paris Johnson and then Bijan. I mean, because you just went out and traded for Jeff Okudah. You got Mike Hughes.
Yep.
You feel like you would have created a big logjam had you done Holy Pete Nighthawk. My gosh, man. I need you to hold on, Jonathan, hit the thing more than once.
Right. Hold on.
I ain't never seen that color. To put it that way, I ain't never. Okay, that's enough.
Nighthawk,
man, absolutely.
Blessings to you for blessing my guys with that, man. I think that was the biggest one, man, and they deserve it. Y'all, and just a little intermission here. You guys have done a great job since I've been gone from here, and I'm glad to see you guys doing what you're doing together. And so, man, y'all keep it going, and that's why I was excited to be with y'all tonight. So, hang out with y'all.
Yeah,
that stings.
That Philly took Philly took Jalen Carter, but it is what it is. Congrats to Carter Nighthawk. We thank you very much for that. He says,
Absolutely, man.
he says thank y'all for all you guys do, and we appreciate it. We
absolutely appreciate.
We don't do it for the tips, obviously, but they are greatly appreciated. And
I do it because I like hanging out with Jay and talking about Falcons and the NFL, and I like talking to the chat and BSing with you guys, and that's if it ever gets to the point where I don't enjoy those things, I won't
that's what I've been saying for 6 years now. If I ever show up and ain't nobody here to BS with, then I'll know it's time to pack it up. But
I tell you what, the Eagles are rounding our Georgia boys up, boy. They got 3 of the top best guys over there right now. And they just added Jalen Carter to the fold. That's big time, man.
Let's see. Yeah. I wonder, I sent Damsky a link to the show. I wonder if he's gonna pop in at some point tonight, but he's definitely hyped for Bijan.
Yeah.
And Will Levis falls outside of the top 10 with his banana eating mayo coffee weirdo. Damn, that is crazy.
Yeah.
That is crazy. Yeah, that's gonna come back up live. That picture of him.
Now I'm gonna tell y'all something. This is kind of ironic that Jalen Carter will go to the Eagles. They had a guy that loved to race back in the day named Jerome Brown, who went there and actually died racing, driving his car too fast. But he was a disruptor over there when him and Reggie White were together. And so now you brought a guy who's had some trouble with racing cars over there that also had a similar issue with that, driving fast cars, that now it's over there. So this is it's kind of like going back around in full circle for the Eagles, man, and bringing this guy over here after having a guy that was a huge disruptor for them back in the day when they had Reggie White over there. Now you got him and Jordan Davis reunited back together with the Eagles, dog. I don't want no part of that defense over there.
God, no. No, they're going to take that formula that took them to the Super Bowl and doubling down on it.
Yeah.
With Carter. Let's see.
Oh.
Looks like Chicago is taking Darnell Wright.
Wow.
They had to do something.
Wow.
I mean, I was high on Darnell Wright. I like Darnell Wright. What I watched him.
Wow.
Like you could plug him in at right tackle or even left tackle and just let him work.
Flavius says, do we think Atlanta will trade back into the first? I don't think so. I don't, because we don't. If we had a 5th and a 6th, and we could get, and maybe we get rid of one of our 4ths or something like that. Maybe packages like our 2nd and a 4th to try to move back late in the first, like really late, maybe. But without a 5th and a 6th, I don't think they want to get rid of either one of their 4ths.
And let's just be honest. I also think that they're going to be holding their ammunition for next year.
Yeah.
To move back in, you're going to have to give up a 1st next year. And
depends on where you're moving up, right?
Yeah.
If you're moving, if you're in the late 20s, maybe even 30 or 31 or something like that, if you're giving up the 44th and then an extra 4th that they can use to move, 15 spots up late in the first, you could probably get away with that. But like I said, without a 5th and a 6th, I don't think they're going to want to get rid of both their 4ths. That's my
I don't think
thought
so
on that.
Let's see. Let's see. What was I going? I was trying to get caught back up in a sense. So the Bears take no lineman. Who was it? It was, there he is, Bliss. This says if Ritter doesn't work out in Atlanta, we'll be ready to get a veteran or drop in a first number 1 pick next year. And that's kind of the thing. That's why I don't think that you're going to get the Falcons moving back in. Because I think that they're going to want to keep their capital to see what transpires from Ritter this year. You're setting him up to succeed. You're giving him a better defense. You're giving him a much better offense than you had last year. So you're setting him up for success. And so if you get to the end of this, then if you get to the end of it this year and you're like, okay, he's not our guy, he's making mistakes, he's not progressing, then you mortgage what you need to mortgage and go up and get either Caleb Williams or Drake May or whoever emerges. I mean, because this time last year we were talking about Bryce Young and CJ Stroud. By the time you got to the draft, it was, Will Levis and Anthony Richardson. So there's going to be other players. So yeah, I could easily see if they don't feel like it's their guy that they'll move up and get somebody. But I'm excited to see Bijan in Atlanta. I'm excited to see.
Like I went on to Twitter and like Pro Football Talk was like talking about the same thing that the other guy talked about, where it's like you got Pitts, you got Bijan, you got Algier, you got Jonnu Smith, all those guys, and that offense is going to look pretty good. And then there's another guy's like, but that not without an offensive line, and I'm like, this was like one of the better offensive lines just overall, but especially run blocking. This was like one of the better lines in the NFL period last year.
Right. And if you think that,
and we don't know what they're going to do in round 2.
Right.
Round 2, you get a Cody Maw to plug in at left guard. And you got Jake Matthews, Cody Maw, Dahlman, Lindstrom, McGarry all across. Man, that's like that's an offensive line.
Flavius Hobbs, he tipped us $10, which we appreciate. He says, I appreciate the answer. Excellent commentary to go along with the draft. Kudos to all three of you. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Appreciate that, man.
Very, very much.
I'm going to tell y'all right now, and I said it before, I think I'm willing to bet that Matt Hennessy is going to be your left guard for 2023.
So. Like,
and I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, but I think he was, until he got hurt, he was actually doing good filling in at that spot when Elijah Wilkinson was gone, for a little time. So I think I'm willing to bet that he's going to be your left guard for this season.
You go back and watch I think it's the Arizona game. And before you come at me, like at that game, you still had J.J. Watt in there. You still had, Budda Baker, you still had Isaiah Simmons. They were having to deal with people, right? And Hennessy played a good game. And if you think that if they think that Hennessy's going to take a step forward, well, then your line's solid, and you feel like you're going to, with the mobility of Ritter, that you're going to be able to, for the most part, keep him upright. Same thing with the idea of, grinding people into the dirt. King 7 says, fellas, we went back in the first for Caleb, so we may go back in the first for DeJuan Jones. I agree, but that was a different regime. This is not Dimitrov we're talking about.
And again, if we were even close to, like, say what the Texans had, I'm not saying we had to have 12 picks, but say we had both our fourths, a fifth, and a sixth still, right? So we would have had 9 total picks. If we were in that kind of position, I could see us trying to maybe get back into the late first with a second and a fourth, and getting a DeJuan Jones or maybe Ade, something like that. But with the kind of cap, and I don't think, like JR said, I don't think we want to try to give any capital from next year. We want to save that so that if we need to, if we feel like Ritter's not going to be the guy, we get through 2023 and just either, like you say, he's not progressing, what have you, you can then go to try to, like, okay, now we can give up a 2024 first.
Yep.
Or a 2025 first.
Exactly.
Plus picks this year to move up way in the draft to go to the number 1 pick or number 2 or 3 or
whatever we think we might need.
Yeah. So we only have 6 more picks the rest of this draft. I just don't think we have enough this draft right now to do that. And I honestly, whether it's Cody Maw or some of the other guys, like, there's talent. There will be talent available at 44 if you want to go D-line, O-line, doesn't really matter. wide receiver, maybe Jordan Addison slips to 44 and they go pick up Jordan Addison. He's like your true number 2 wide receiver.
Mhm.
Whatever the case may be, like that, there's still plenty of talent there at 44.
So the Falcon fan says, what type of splits are 3 running backs going to have? Maybe Patterson plays more wide receiver. Tyler still needs to be involved. And I think all those things are going to be true.
Yes.
I think
yes.
with Patterson being like on the twilight of his career, I think he is going to be split out more. Or like, because one thing that we know for sure is like the motions and shifts that Arthur Smith, that's what his offense is based on and built around. Like, and you saw the screen games that they were trying to get done last year, in this offense. Like, so they want to be able to like dump a ball off to, Bijan or Cordell or even Tyler and have them take it 20, 25 yards. Because when we talk about a offense being explosive, by definition, an explosive play is anything 20 yards plus.
That's a pat. So 20 yards for passes, 10
15
yards for
yards.
runs.
Is it 10 or I thought it was 15?
10 plus yards is, at least that's what I remember it being. 10 plus yards on a run is considered an explosive play. 20 plus in the pass is considered an explosive play.
Yeah. So either way, that is like they wanted and they talked about wanting to have a more explosive offense. And think back and remember how many times you had Tyler Algier bust open, but he just didn't have that last gear to really, either
take it to the house
or get a huge, huge chunk. Well, Bijan has that gear in spades. He can, not only can he hit the open holes, but, he can create and make guys miss in the backfield. So just like with anybody else, as long as he stays healthy, you're going to get, they're going to get their opportunities.
Yeah, guys are going to get their opportunities.
Yeah. As far as splits go, I'm going to say, like, in a perfect scenario, that you're going to have Patterson probably take no more, as far as handoffs go, no more than 5 touches in handoffs.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
Probably, and you probably want to try to get another 5 to somewhere between 5 to 10 touches in the passing game, whether it's screens or what have you, to try to get him into space and let him be a kick returner. The Bijan and Algier are probably going to be like, who's the hot hand right now? If Bijan's a hot hand, he's probably getting more reps that day. If Algier is the hot hand and is just pounding away folks and grinding, doing that number, also depends on like what's going on in the game. Are we trying to pound a team into submission early in the game, and then so you may see Algier a lot more early in games, and then Bijan is your let's put him away guy later in games? Don't know.
Or the reverse opposite. You let Bijan run, 3 quarters and tire him out, and then you like throw 220 or 225 Tyler Algier at him. I mean, that's like they want to run the ball, like straight up and down, especially especially with a young quarterback. They want to run the ball. Looks like the Titans are taking Skoronski.
Yep.
So they're taking Skoronski.
So they passed on Levis, which is interesting. I thought maybe Levis might be the pick there. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see here.
All right. Great. I need to step away for a few minutes. I'll be back in just a few, okay?
Okay. Yeah. Do what you gotta do, bro.
All right.
Let's see here. James Williams says, I think they'll have a split similar to the Lions last year with Swift and Williams. Yeah. I think it's going to be, a run-heavy offense. Like, this definitely signals that. And, it's going to be play-action passes. You got to remember, with Derrick Henry in tow in Tennessee, they had about a 50-50 split of run to pass. So I think that's something that they're trying to get back to. when the first year in, the first year in, they had Ryan. They were doing a lot more passing. The second year in, you had the mixture of Mariota and Ritter, and I think you're doing a lot more running. So I think the idea is to get it, closer back to that almost even split. Bug, are you talking about Dallas Kincaid or the tight end Kincaid? Is that it? Because I don't know. I mean, the Lions did trade their tight end to Minnesota, but it wouldn't surprise me if the Lions took Christian Gonzalez at this point. I'm not necessarily surprised that Gonzalez has fallen this far. There's not always because you had normally you're going to have more than one O lineman taken, or you're holy crap, they took Jahmyr Gibbs.
Wow.
Wow.
Hey, man, he's a
I
first
didn't see
round
that.
talent, man. He's a first round talent. And so, I mean, dude's explosive too. I mean,
Oh,
there was
yeah.
talks that he could be better than Bijan Robinson, but I highly doubt it. But he's a special talent.
Oh
I
yeah, no,
mean,
he's fun. That Chris says now that's chaos.
yeah.
I definitely agree. Like that's interesting. I agree, Joel. I'm lit too. Like I'm excited for what this offense is going to look like with Bijan in the backfield.
Man, let me tell you, boy. Woo, that thing finna be pretty. That's all I got to say. That thing finna. Well, I'm telling you right now, Arthur Smith has got to be sitting there like, now that we're finally out of cap, double hockey sticks, and to make a pick like that, man, boy, you got to be sitting there just feeling like we finna do this thing. I mean,
yeah.
You heard the guys talking about this week. They just sat around looking at each other like in the weight room and stuff like, man, we got guys that want to be here,
That's it.
And
That's
man,
the
I'm
thing.
telling you.
That's the thing is like to hear whether, and I don't think it's just talk, but to hear what Calais Campbell had to say
Yeah.
about wanting to be here, like having a similar offer on the table from the Jets and having Aaron Rodgers texting you like, come on up here, let's go get a Super Bowl, and you choose to come to Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Like that should speak quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Willie, you knew that was going to happen. Like passing over Carter, you're in Georgia territory. Like the vast majority of the fan base wants us to take a Georgia player every pick. So, and I get it, especially these past 2 years, you've had the best team. Like, so I understand, but like they're BPA. Like Fontenot has said that, and just like a few years ago when Todd Gurley came out, and we took who did we take that draft instead of Gurley? And
oh dang, who did we take?
And D Orlando would never let it go.
Dang, who did we take instead of Gurley?
I can't remember.
It ain't coming to me right now.
No, I want to say it was one of the O linemen. Maybe
we drafted him.
Jake Matthews. Was that the draft of Jake Matthews?
No, he was 2014.
Hmm.
Hang on, I'm trying to remember who it was we took instead of. It ain't coming to me right now.
No, that's all good.
Because he went in.
You say Trinity's saying it was Vic Beasley. Was that the Vic Beasley?
Yeah,
draft?
that's who it was. Yep,
okay.
Vic Beasley. Yep.
Okay.
Yep, 2015. Yep, it was.
See,
Vic
that's
Beasley.
such a
that's
scarred memory.
Who it was. we probably blocked it out because of what ultimately ended up happening with Vic Beasley. But hey.
Now, I agree. Willie says, don't get me wrong. I love the pick, and I'm sure they had some legit reasons for passing on Carter. I have to trust Fontenot. At this point, yeah. Like, I'm not, I would have liked Carter on this line, but I felt like they had to have their reasons. And I wonder if Philly having Nolan Smith and Jordan Davis in that Philly room or, in that building, if that's one of the things that made them decide to go ahead and take Carter. So
Yeah, I mean, he's got some of his teammates is up there.
yeah.
The linebacker, that drop. And now you got Davis up there. So I mean, you put him around some of his former teammates, man. I think that makes a lot of sense. And then, like I said before, the irony in that you're taking a guy that had racing issues. He loves to race fast cars, just like Jerome Brown did back in the day. And hopefully, there's never a situation where we have to hear on the news something happens to him like that.
Right. I hope not.
He's an explosive guy, and it's like putting him up there with. I'm not saying Jordan Davis is Reggie White. That's not what I'm saying, but it just kind of puts me in a mold of now you have a Reggie White and Jerome Brown together on the same team again. So it's like they're just in a new time now.
Right. Yep. Let's see. Says I'm not mad at the Bijan pick, but I think if Johnson. So who ended up getting Tyree Wilson? Or is he still on the board?
Yeah, the Raiders.
Raiders.
The Raiders ended up taking him.
Yeah. Okay. 7. So Paris Johnson or Tyree would have made it a bit of a different story, possibly.
And it sounded like it may have been.
Definitely sounded like
yeah.
Paris Johnson.
Well, so like Paris Johnson. Let's say that they offensive tackle. Who was the other offensive tackle that went not long after us?
Darnell Wright.
Darnell Wright.
Darnell Wright.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
those guys like Paris Johnson and Darnell Wright, as far as tackles, were like 1A, 1B, is my understanding. So if we were willing to go get Paris, I'm not saying Rappaport's wrong, but if we were willing to go get him, why didn't we go get Darnell Wright then? If an offensive lineman was like the top pick, if he had been there at 8.
Yeah, no, and I agree there because I was pretty high on Darnell Wright. I was relatively high on Paris Johnson, but maybe they felt like Wright was only a tackle, and you have your tackle set with Jake Matthews and with Caleb McGarry. Yeah. Bradley's saying that the Packers select Lucas Van Ness, which was another guy that might have been, somebody that we thought that they might have been looking at. Yeah, you're not wrong there, Blizz. It's like Atlanta builds the offense through the draft and buys the defense in free agency. So far, that's been what they've done.
Yeah.
So, any other shockers y'all think that may transpire?
Not to me at this point. Now it's like a toss-up between a lot of these players, in my opinion, that you can flip from the second round, third round into the first round. So that's just where I think we are in this draft as of right now. So I don't see too much that would probably get me to like, whoa, a whoa moment at this point.
Unless because I think all right, let's see. So anyway, let's see. Okay, now New England's coming up. I wonder if Levis goes there because there's been major reports that they're not necessarily after last year. Belichick wants to move on from Mac Jones, which would be interesting because yes, they know like from what I was hearing, it was like, yeah, we know that we didn't do great with getting you the right person, so to speak, like offensive coordinator wise, but like the attitude is definitely not a Belichick thing. Oh shoot, the Hawks are winning 70-68.
Yep. Well, I saw they were winning earlier. Looks like it's in the third quarter now.
Yep.
Oh, they scrapping.
Looks like the Steelers have traded up with the Patriots.
Ooh, okay, so they did trade out of it.
Huh. All right. That's interesting.
Which is normally what the Patriots do. That's the tradition of theirs.
So the Pats traded out, so the Steelers come up. So who do you think the Steelers are looking at? Got to be a weapon, right? Maybe JSN.
Yeah, I can see that. Pair him up with Pickens.
Right. So maybe it's JSN, maybe it's like they're
Jordan
saying
Addison.
team needs are O-line, cornerback, and D-line. So maybe the fall of Gonzalez stops here with
Could
the Steelers.
Could be.
It's possible.
So,
they jumped up, so it's somebody. Yeah, they don't jumped up. So
Glaze on Twitter, right?
Yeah, Everett.
Yeah, he's like, I'm actually really happy people are being and moaning about the Bijan pick. That means it was the right one.
Yeah, every time they complain, like he ends up being a good player. So yeah, every time they're happy, it's Beasley or Tack McKinley, and we see how that turned out.
Yep,
that's cool.
Man, I'm more excited now. I want to see what these next two picks gonna be tomorrow.
Tomorrow's gonna be fun.
I'm just gonna be honest with y'all. After that, guys, I think it's gonna be dicey.
Oh yeah, once you get past the third round, I know we got 2 in the fourth, but anytime I've gotten into the fourth, I'm like, okay, maybe a wide receiver, maybe a guard here. I don't know. Like,
yeah, Knox Bardine, he's asking like, hoping the Falcons trade back into the first round, or do we need all of its picks and then some? Like, I will say, if they were going to like packaging second and fourth, like one of the fourths, I could see them doing it for a late first round draft pick. And so I could see that potentially happening.
Looks like the Steelers pick a tackle, and it looks like it's Broderick Jones.
Woohoo! I like Broderick. That's my boy.
Yeah. So
nasty.
Get a protector for Kenny Pickett. That's smart.
Nasty.
I think next year, assuming Ritter pans out, I'm not saying he comes in and is like, oh, he's the next Mahomes, but right. he is a guy that you see again from the start of the year to the end of the year. You see him progressing and getting better and better.
Mm-hmm.
If you see that next year, and therefore you're like, okay, we don't need to worry about quarterback. I could see taking a tackle next year as sort of a like heir apparent to Matthews, who they probably let walk the following season.
And that's possible. That's definitely possible. I could see that happening, but I could also see them, like depending on what happens with Jeff Okudah, Mike Hughes, like you might go corner first round next year. Depends on like there's been a lot of talk of that big nickel stuff. If they don't come out of this draft with a Brian Branch or a Jamie Robinson or what have you, like a nickel safety, I could see maybe going after a nickel safety next year. But that makes 3 years in a row they've used their first round pick on the offense.
Yeah.
You're saying, who did the Jets get for Rodgers? It better be an offensive lineman. I don't know who's left, but that's what I'm thinking. Which may be why the Steelers moved up. So they get the number 14 and 120. So New Falcons, Bijan says his offense is really good with really good talent. I just want to be a piece in the offense, man. Said the rushing attack is really good with a really good running back already.
Yeah.
I bet you they're glad they canceled that draft party now because they're supposed to have Tyler Algier on stage. That would have been a little awkward. And we select Bijan Robinson.
But I think whether it was Bijan Robinson or a guy in the second round, whether Gibbs or what have you, like
you weren't coming
especially
out of
these days, running backs, and I would say outside of the quarterback room, most of the rooms in the on an NFL team are not necessarily looking at a guy like you're bringing in a guy who's a really talented guy as like a bad thing.
Yeah.
They're looking at it as like, all right, this just elevates the whole room. and it does another thing. Like if Bijan comes in and is who he looks to be and who we think he's gonna be, then that can motivate Algier to like, I got to step my game up.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want. Yeah.
In a lot of ways, like something me and Toby had talked about last year, like Algier didn't really take off until Caleb Huntley had come in and was like showing him up in a sense. And so, you know, if you got now, there should be absolutely no drop off from start to finish.
Man,
you know, with this running game, like no drop off whatsoever. And like that's what Arthur Smith wants to do.
And
like,
I mean, and think about this now. You could start out a series. Tyler Allgeier's back there with a Smith, your fullback, and then you're running two wides and a tight, and then you'll run a play or two, get a first down, and then you sub out your wide receiver, put Kyle Pitts out wide, bring in Bijan, and he's now your slot receiver who can, if he needs to, motion him back into the backfield to become another runner with two fullbacks in front of him, or he can go out into a pattern, or he can block for Algier. And now you just got all kinds of things.
You're gonna see a old like wing T formation.
Oof.
I bet you.
I can believe it. I can believe it, man.
With three running backs and you don't know who's going where.
I can believe it, man.
Bug's asking about what happened to Gonzalez, not worth the high pick, high pick money, question mark. I think what happened with Gonzalez, generally speaking, in the first round, you have a run on one or two things or a handful of things. Right now, as of yet, we haven't had a wide receiver go off the board.
Yep.
So the run has been on offensive tackles.
Yep.
That's been the run. And when you get a run on, like last year, you had a run on wide receiver, and that kind of dictated what the rest of the draft's going to do. The fact that you've had three quarterbacks taken, and now Darnell Wright, Broderick Jones, Skoronski, and Harris Johnson.
Yeah.
You've had four tackles taken or O linemen taken, right?
Yeah.
So those are causing cornerbacks to go down. Those are causing wide receivers to go down. Like right now, the only edge player we've had two edges taken. Anderson and Wilson.
And Wilson, that's it.
So you Lucas Van Ness. So you have three edges taken. So you still got Nolan Smith is still out there. Miles Murphy's still out there. Brian Breesy. Derek Hall, Brian Breesy.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of
let's go, baby. Let's go.
There's a real good chance that somebody else, like somebody's gonna be there at the top of the second tomorrow.
Hey man. It's setting up beautifully right now. I'm telling you, it is setting up so beautiful right now for these next two picks. If this keeps going the way it's going, because like I said, now the players, when you look at the value of these players, can easily switch from second round, third round players could go in the first round now with where we are right now, honestly, in my opinion, in this draft. So we can end up with some good picks in them second and third round. Man, I'm feeling good. Let's go, baby.
Yep.
Super Bowl bound.
Like Chris wants the Jets to draft JSN and go ahead and cut Corey Davis. Because if Davis comes out on the open market, I can almost bet you there's your wide receiver too.
Yeah.
Like straight up. I can almost bet that there's
your wide receiver. But if this keeps going the way that it's going, we may get our wide receiver two in the second round if these wide receivers keep getting pushed down.
Yep.
Quentin Johnson could be there for us at 44. I'm just saying.
Who's that?
Quentin Johnston. Quentin Johnston.
Quentin Johnston. Okay.
Yeah.
Quentin Johnston, like he's still there. Like if we make it to like the third round, like I really like Michael Wilson out of Stanford, Jonathan Mingo. You could take him in a second and I wouldn't be upset. He seems like very much like a Arthur Smith type player.
I'll say this: like if one of these these two guys somehow fall to the pick at 44, we don't move up, we don't move back, we don't do anything like that. If that happens, one of the two guys that I would like, if we're talking defensive lineman, is Elijah Cansey.
Yep.
Or the Adibawore,
Adibawore, yep. 80-80.
Yep.
Either
80-80 sitting there at 44. Holy Pete. Like,
yeah.
You talk about a guy to learn from Calais, and, so as we said last year when the Drake London pick happened and everybody was, kind of bemoaning, the draft is more than one round. And, Grady was picked in the 5th, and plenty of guys who turn out to be great players are not picked in the 1st round. Yeah. So, JW agrees with me.
Just took Nolan Smith, and no wide receiver has come off the board yet.
So they took Nolan Smith in
the first 15 picks.
No.
So by the way,
Bijan Jets decide to go defense, number 15, and select Will McDonald.
Oh, I must.
Wow, really?
Yeah, so Will McDonald went the first round.
So Will McDonald. See?
Whoa.
So that's for anybody who remembered, like our Senior Bowl, that's the guy who had the anime hoodie on that I had a real good conversation with.
My bad, y'all. I was looking at that wrong. I just saw Nolan Smith's name come across there. So I'm like, unless we missed a pick.
No.
Man, he got mocked in religiously in the 2nd round.
Yeah.
2nd round. Yeah, I heard that. But I don't think he's going there. I think he's going to make the 1st round, though.
Well, I mean, if the Jets took him.
Well, you saying Will McDonald went with the Jets.
That's
who's picking right now.
Yeah. The Jets select Will McDonald. Will McDonald was like one of my favorite edge rushers. Even before, talking to him at the Senior Bowl, like watching his tape, I just didn't think that they would double dip at that size, because he's like cutting the mold of like Arnold Ebiketie, that 240, 250, like edge rushers, got some real good bend to him. He was one of the few rushers that always seemed like he had a plan when he was rushing. So I really liked Will McDonald quite a bit.
I'm just surprised. Again, I'm not saying he's not if it was a guy that we picked in the 2nd round, I'd be totally down for it, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's just like,
I think it's a little rich for him in the 1st.
Nowhere. I'm not saying that the mock drafts are the Bible.
No, God knows.
Have to go by. But nobody. If there was one out there, I didn't see, and I didn't look at every single one, but every mock draft I looked at did not have Will McDonald going. And if he did, it was like super late. Late.
Now, are either one of y'all concerned that the past 3 years, within the a day or so, you've had a lot of the national media outlets nailing our picks? Are we becoming like too predictable in that sense, or is it easy just to say they said BPA, this guy's the absolute best talent?
Yeah, I think that's all that is. I mean, I'm a fan. If I can nail it, we just know the best player from where I'm looking at, best player available. And that's just how I've been getting it. So I'm not concerned about that at all.
Yeah, they get Will McDonald. That's interesting.
Yeah, I know nothing about Will McDonald. He ain't even on my list.
Jahmyr Gibbs was the first, what I felt like was the first reach at 12. But to me, this is the first real reach. Especially considering last year they picked Jermaine Johnson. So now you're adding Will McDonald to the room with Jermaine Johnson.
Wait, I missed that. So the Jahmyr Gibbs went 12th?
Yeah, to the Lions.
Yeah, I had him as my
that's when I was away, so I didn't.
Yeah. So that was my first big surprise.
I had him as 13 on my board, so that actually worked out for me. I take it.
Yep. King is saying I think we've just been holding true to BPA, and I think that's exactly what they're doing. So
like it makes the most sense, especially this year, but really most years, even if you don't have the kind of money that we had, which is, yeah, you may need guys in a certain area, but if you got the money like we did, you go get your needs on proven talent, guys that can play in the NFL. And you can kind of cherry pick a little bit better. Yeah, you got competition with other teams, but like it's not completely arbitrary. You have absolutely no control. Like you have some control. You can offer more money. You can do all kinds of things. But in the draft, like until you get either move up and trade up, or until your time comes, you have absolutely no control over what comes to you. So in free agency, you have that control. You go get your needs there, and then in the draft, you try to raise the floor of talent in the draft by getting as many as talented of individuals as you can get.
That's interesting. It's being reported that Washington is taking Emmanuel Forbes, the cornerback. So that means Gonzalez is going. That's shocking in a sense.
Wow. Unless now some of the stuff, one of the things that I heard, the first thing that I heard that made me think Gonzalez, especially at least for the Falcons, probably wasn't it, is a guy who was not that, not a physical tackler.
Yeah, maybe I want to Chris. I want you to because Chris is our diehard Oregon fan. Like he bleeds. I think he bleeds green more than he bleeds red, which is awesome, for him. So I would like to hear what did you hear anything? Any reason why Gonzalez would be falling? Is there anything that you could think of? Because I don't remember seeing anything. I don't remember seeing anything medical wise. I don't remember seeing much of anything. So MITM Adamsville says Gonzo got some skeletons. I don't know. Maybe they just felt like he was a 1-year wonder because didn't he transfer from Colorado? So maybe they weren't confident that he was going to be able to produce. I don't know.
That's possible.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of confused by the man. I mean, I liked Emmanuel Forbes, but I liked him in the second. That's what I thought that was more appropriate. Let's see.
Trying to find my notes I had on them when I watched them. I mean, overall, I like Gonzalez, but I still had him as a top 10 pick, but when I watched him, man, he just didn't give me enough that I wanted to see in a cornerback. And I think that was one of the things that got me. And another thing, and I had tweeted out, I don't know what it is about guys that know how to stop those slant routes.
Right.
He like to play too loose on those. And a lot of teams going to use those slant routes because they cheap yards that you're going to get, right? And so you got to have a cornerback that can be able to slow that down a little bit. And he just wasn't one of them guys. And that's the reason why I had him as the fourth best guy on as far as my top 5, because he was Joey Porter. I actually had Joey Porter as my second best corner in the draft. I love the length of Joey. And
Joey's still on the board too. That's kind of shocking me.
Yeah. But I do believe they're going to go in the first round. I mean, they're still better talent than what's in the second and third to me, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Jason Holder is asking why the running back. Jonathan, you want to take this one?
He was the best player available on their board at 8.
Yeah.
And he was simply he's basically the Kyle Pitts of running backs. He is the overall, he's got it all: speed, power, the wiggle, the guy pass protects well. The guy's an outstanding receiver. He does it all. And
Jason's following it up with I want a defense. Jeez, man, you got a whole free agency of defense, bro.
There's more than the first round, man. There's more we've looked at. Hey, I'm telling you, brother, go take a look at some of our videos that it was just me and Jay. We
Yep.
had videos with other people who were kind of specialists in various parts of the teams on offense and defense. We've looked at a bunch of guys, and most of our guys that we looked at were what we considered to be like later second, third, fourth, fifth picks. That like are they the Tyree Wilsons or the Will Andersons of the world? No, but they're guys that can make it in the NFL, that can have an impact in the NFL, can be really good players. And so like just because we're not picking defense in the first round doesn't mean that we won't pick defense in the second, third, fourth round.
Willie, we appreciate the $2 tip. He says, any more bold takes for the remainder of the first round? All right, I got one for you. Will Levis falls out of the first round completely.
Oof.
I think he completely falls out of the first round. Because like the Commanders was one of the best spots for him to go, like that had that need at quarterback. So I think Will Levis falls out of the first round. Or somebody's going to trade up at the tail end of the first to get him.
Yeah.
So, okay. And then last one for Jason says another Patterson or Anderson in between. So I just read a tweet from somebody named Matt Hicks. Don't know much about him. He's got 10,000 followers or whatever. He says, with his updated 2023 projections, Robinson scored a 9.1. Is just the second prospect to ever score in the generational tier. So for whatever he's considered the generational tier, he's only had 2 rookies score there. One was Trevor Lawrence, the second one being Bijan Robinson. So as long as he stays healthy, he's going to be productive. And, by mid-season, you're going to be like, all right, cool, Bijan, just like we were with Drake, just like we were with AJ. So all right, anybody got a bold take for the first round? We have seen some craziness.
I do not.
Oh, come on, Toby. You gotta have one.
I'll say this. We talked about him Tuesday. Houston quarterback Tune.
Oh yeah, Clayton Tune.
I think Clayton Tune might go before Levis.
Okay. So you think somebody's going to take Clayton Tune before Levis goes?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a possibility.
Now
I saw some people mocking him to be like, the number 4 quarterback.
Yep. Blizz, you're not wrong. I've seen that comparison quite a bit. Bijan being like Tomlinson 2.0.
One more time.
Let's see here.
Absolutely. We're going to get it, man. This offense is going to get after some people.
Oh, okay, so the slide stops for Christian Gonzalez. The Patriots select Christian Gonzalez, not Hunzalez. But so the slide stops. But it is interesting that Forbes went off the board before Christian Gonzalez. That's interesting.
Well, because let's say that, and I don't know as much about Emmanuel Forbes.
Right.
I'm assuming he's a good player because he went, before.
I mean, he's a daggone ball hawk. Like he had, if I'm not mistaken, in the past 2 or 3 years, he had 11 or 12 interceptions. I was high on him. I thought he would fall to the second, and I was like, that'd be a perfect spot to grab, Forbes.
Yeah. But the only problem I have with him is just looking at it, just looking at the 2 guys. Let's say that their coverage skills are roughly the same. This guy's taller, bigger. Emmanuel Forbes is tiny, skinny. He's 166. I haven't been 166 since middle school.
Yeah, he's I don't know. I was probably born at 166, I think. But yeah, no, that's he's his slight frame, but he's a daggone ball hawk, and that was somebody that I was excited about. I'm gonna step away for half a second. So y'all talk amongst yourself. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm probably when he come back.
I just read so much stuff on Twitter here. So many people are just losing their minds with the Bijan pick.
Of course they are. I mean, that's expected every year, John. I mean,
Yep.
the Falcons fans are not going to like anybody that ain't who they want. And I mean, there's a stat out there, and that's why I'm not shocked about 3 years in a row where it's taking offensive players that says that you have better, from an analytic standpoint, better success rate with offenses than you do defenses. It's kind of hard to gauge defensive players and the defenses, period. So you give yourself a better opportunity if they're looking at analytics to have better success with offensive skill set players than defensive players. And so if the right defensive player is there, of course they're going to take them. That guy's gone. Tyree went at 7. And if he probably hangs to 8, we probably pull the trigger on him. But he's gone, and we didn't want Jalen Carter. And I'm not going to assume why that is because I don't know. So I'm going to leave my assumptions off. And I just, wish him the best of luck up there with the Eagles. And he got teammates up there that he already knows and has played with. So that's a great thing for him. So I'm not shocked about taking 3 players on the offensive side of the ball 3 years in a row. If that analytic is true, that offensive players, you get a better success rate from them than you do on the defensive side of the ball. So,
yeah.
Hey.
And that's like I'm not 100% sure on the point that we're making, but to kind of like piggyback off of that, like when was the last time a rookie pass rusher came in and like lit it up year one? So like if you're looking for, and what did Terry say in his presser? We're looking for impact players.
Mm-hmm.
Like your impact player, like not more times than not, but a running back can make an impact a lot quicker than, especially considering you didn't have a Joey Bosa or a Nick Bosa, Myles Garrett or a Chase Young in this particular draft. Falcon Hawks fans you might want to get some medicine, maybe go see the doctor. I'm not even sure. If you're sick, like be careful, dog. That's all I'm trying to say. Let's see, where are we at? We're back on the Lions picking again. Is that where we're at?
Yeah,
it looks like it. Jason earlier was asking, he's like, prime time's weight was, and laughed when I talked about, I guess because I talked about how skinny Forbes was. And so I went and looked it up. And when he got drafted, he was 6'1", 195. So like just a little bit less than as what weight wise than a Christian Gonzalez. So
right
now Dion obviously was a guy that he would try to tackle, but he was not what I would call a physical like presence in the run game.
Yep. No, it's like even Robert Griffin saying the Atlanta Falcons just took the best player in this year's draft. So yeah, dude,
like that's what that's what you heard. Like outside of the quarterback position, the 2 best players in the draft were Jalen Carter, Bijan Robinson. Those were the 2 guys.
Yeah, Matt Bowen. He's with. He writes for ESPN and stuff. Says best overall prospect in the draft class, all-purpose playmaker, can produce in any game situation, pass catching ability, and multiple levels on the field or of the field. So, yeah, you don't talk about like a playmaker. That's exactly what he is. And you got to think, like Blizz is kind of bringing it up in a sense. He says, the Atlanta beat the Niners last year in their season looked bleak. Then they traded for CMC, got to the NFC Championship game. Arthur Smith just got his guy. Yes. And also, like last year, you got to remember, with the roster that we had, we were in every game but one. There was only one game we weren't in, and that was the Bengals game. Like, the Bengals mollywopped us, and that was the only game. Every other game, because of the style that we run, ground and pound, like defense, that kind of deal, we were able to keep every game close and pretty much felt like you had a chance to win like every one of them. And you still come out with, 7 wins with the roster that we had. So it'll be interesting to see, how this comes out. And I'm going to have a lot of fun now, really very much digging into Bijan. Like even more so now that he's on our team.
Yeah.
Looks like the Lions have selected. This is kind of a shocker. Jack Campbell, linebacker out of Iowa.
Wow.
Like,
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not
Jack,
shocked
I
at
like
all.
Jack Campbell.
I mean, I like Jack. I like
Yeah.
Jack Campbell. But in the second round or maybe even the third. A
Hey.
lot of so.
Yeah,
That's
I
that's
mean, like
interesting.
I said before, man, you're down to the end now where you can easily flip these players because that's just the talent level, in my opinion, was not good this year, and so
No,
you can flip them. The
it was
value of them.
definitely a draft of glue players, like guys who have upside, but may not have put it together on the field as of yet. But Jack Campbell, it was probably the most complete middle linebacker in the draft. I liked him, but I didn't think that he would fit much here. Being that we, Caden Ellis and Troy Anderson. So let's see what Zeno has to say because he's always got something smart to say, smart aleck to say. He says, one more thought on the Falcons taking Bijan. They are giving Desmond Ritter every weapon needed to succeed. This is smarter drafting than Atlanta fans are giving the organization credit for. But I was not expecting to read that from him.
That's shocking, but it's true.
Arthur Smith is an offensive genius. Trust him. Yeah. I definitely feel like in this offseason that Arthur Smith has been taking a lot more flack than I think he deserves, which is why I've been on a quest about. I've shown y'all the notebook where I've diagrammed every play from the Bucs game because I feel like what you got there? Doing the lead.
This was my nightmare if we if we didn't pick him. My nightmare was seeing him go to Philly.
Yeah. No, that would have been bad. Bug wants to know, does Tampa get a QB? That might be where the slide stops for Levis. I'm gonna have to put Bug on the payroll, yo. He's coming with some questions tonight. He's coming with some questions tonight.
But I didn't mean to interrupt. I just thought that was a really cool tweet that I saw. But
it's all good.
As far as Arthur Smith getting slander, absolutely. But then you have a guy like Calais Campbell who, in his interview after he signed with the Falcons, he basically comes out and says, look, I played against, as a defense, you're looking at film, you're looking for those tendencies, you're looking for all those things that can help you to, when you step on that field, you kind of know what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And he said the hardest guy for me to prepare for has always been is Arthur Smith's offense.
Right.
So
it's they do so much as far as pre-snap movement, with the orbit motions and whip motions and I think with Kyle Pitts healthy, you're going to see a lot more of that now that you got Janu Smith in there. I think you're going to see Kyle Pitts moved all over the place. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. What's going on, Anthony? I'm glad you decided to join us tonight. Appreciate that.
What up?
What up, man? What up?
We'll see here. He said, is it me or were the Cowboys are we where the Cowboys were when they got Zeke and Dak? Decent QB with a great running back. Small window. Look, I'm going to go ahead and call it. I don't know how the longevity of Robinson, Leonard Fournette didn't make it past his rookie deal with Jacksonville. Saquon got tagged. You see what I'm saying? But I tell you this, I think it's going to be a fun 5 years if he stays healthy.
Yeah.
Holy crap. The Bucs took the Cansey.
Dang.
Man.
The D tackle out of Pitt.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know what?
That's Todd Bowles.
Todd Bowles.
Right, that's Todd Bowles. Yeah. Josh says Bucs dirty for that. Well, all I'm saying is the RO line better get, better put some anchor in their pants. because that dude is disruptive.
I'm going to tell
Yeah.
you right now. This old line with Desmond Ritter, people not giving Desmond Ritter enough credit, man. That ball is going to get out of his hands so quick now, especially with the talent that he has. A D line is not even going to have time to even get back there because the ball going to be gone, and you're going to have that talent running that ball down that field for 30 yards before you even stop him, man. With the talent that's on this team right now, especially if we start running them turtle screens and quick screens, wide receiver screens, tight end screen. We're gonna kill them.
Right. You start heating up and they're just gonna start screening you to death.
Yeah.
Hayden Hughes says, so it's a Kyle Trask season in Tampa. That's gonna be a fight between him and Baker Mayfield. I can't wait to go talk to that Bucks fan down at the material yard. Because he was trying to convince me, boy, that they was just gonna be all about it. I'm like, with Baker Mayfield, really? What you got now? Oh, there it is.
6. Yes, sir.
Looking good. Number 1. Well, first pick. Jeff Okuda is number 1.
Yep.
So, who does Seattle take? This could be Will Levis. Josh thinks that Seattle may be going for pass rusher.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could very well be.
I mean, you still got Miles Murphy up there.
Yeah, Miles Murphy's up there.
And he could be the guy.
Yeah, so far, not a single wide receiver has been taken.
Nope.
No
that
JSN.
tells you what they feel about wide receivers in the first round right now.
Also, like, now harkens back to that wide receiver run last year.
Yep.
Like, those guys know what's coming down the pipe.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Just like with QBs, just like with everything else. They know what's coming down the pipe. So, let's see. Who's hitting me? Terry Bolden. Gotcha.
Yes, I see right now. Tomorrow's setting up to be a great day.
Oh, dude, tomorrow's gonna be a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
See right now.
Right. Bradley says Seahawks get Murphy or Keon White. I would tell you that Keon White is not a first round pick, but then again, I didn't think Will McDonald was either.
Yeah, I was gonna say I see Keon as a top of the second round. He's raw, but he's also an older raw. Like, he's a 5th-year player out of college.
Yeah.
So, like Keon, I would like Keon here, but I don't know. Let's see. John H says, praying Desmond can do something in the first 4 games because Tyler Heineke isn't the answer. I don't think they're going to look. If they held on to Mariota as long as they did last year, they're going to give Ritter, unless he just absolutely comes off the rails, they're going to give Ritter the full season. I can't see them not.
Shy of injury,
right?
Or like you said, like Nate, like potentially like back to back, or even more than that, like Nathan Peterman style outings. You know,
right.
He's going to throw interceptions. He's not going to go the whole season. He went 4 games, didn't throw a pick, threw some pick worthy throws, but he, luckily that didn't happen. But so he's going to throw picks, and he's going to have bad games from time to time, even if he turns out to be a great quarterback.
Yeah,
but
no doubt.
At the end of the day, you got to give the kid his chance. Because I'll be completely honest, outside of Bryce Young, if we're just talking about playing quarterback, we're not talking about traits. We're not talking about, oh, this guy's more physically gifted than that guy or what have you. Like, just being a quarterback and throwing the ball and distributing it out to your guys and being able to make plays. Like, there's not, like, the guys that have been taken this year, they don't necessarily like blow me away versus a Desmond Ritter.
Well, the only one that like, and I've been on record saying it from word go, the only one that really like blew me away in a sense was Stroud. Like, to me, he was the only one that I felt good about, as far as being a first round quarterback this year. And I kind of agree with Chandler here. It says CBS having Sam Howell and Jordan Love above Ritter. the slander is getting crazy. Right. Howell had one game and
Yep.
his stat line wasn't very great. And every time that you've seen Jordan Love play, he hasn't looked all that great either. So it'd be interesting to see like what we're talking about at the end of the season, right?
I mean, until Atlanta starts reaching a place of prominence, we are going to be always a team that people pick on, and you know, when players come here, they're not going to give us any respect until we start winning some Super Bowls.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm not really shocked about any of those rankings that they gave and with the quarterbacks or whatever. We're going to have to win, not only just get to the Super Bowl, but win one so that we can shut up a lot of these mouths. And until we do that, we're going to be that team that people are going to want to step on all the time. And it's a lot. It's politics into that too. That it's a lot deeper, but I won't go into all of that stuff on here because it's a sports night. So I won't even go into all of that about Atlanta, but it is what it is.
Let's see. Dre is saying that the Hawks are fighting hard. Good. Hopefully they'll pull it out. If they win or lose, I hope somebody lets us know. JW, and then I think Bug was also asking about JSN to pair with like where he might be the first one to come off the board, and the Ravens could easily be a spot for him. I mean, the Seahawks are on the board now, again, right? They're on the clock, and so that could be a spot for you know, for JSN to come off. Oh, okay. Tied with 8 minutes to go. The Hawks are
109, 108 right now.
Oh, okay.
Hawks.
Nice. Well, hopefully they can pull it out. Now, if they pull it out, we still got to play them another game up in Boston, right?
Yeah, it'll be tied up 3-3.
Okay. Well, at least they fight. You know what I'm saying? Didn't just roll over. So that's got to be good for Quinn.
And worst case scenario, if they go to 7 against essentially the a finals team, a team that in most respects everybody figured was a better team this year than they were last year, and that team last year made it to the finals.
Right.
You make it to 7 games against that team, that says something about your coach, because coaching, I think, plays a much bigger role in the NBA. I'm not a huge basketball buff.
Yeah, I'm about to say it's hard for me to like pin down, like kind of like in baseball, like what the manager does, like outside of pulling a pitcher or deciding to pinch run or whatever. But like the idea of what a NBA coach does, I'm not 100% sure.
But like I think an NBA coach plays a much bigger role when it comes to the playoffs than they do during the season. The season, that's much more about like load management and things like that. When you get into the playoffs, there's less load management and no load management. And it's a lot of tactics and rotations and drawing up plays, in between games and throwing in new wrinkles and things like that. So, if nothing else, it shows me like, hey, this guy can coach in the playoffs.
So Seahawks are selecting the first wide receiver off the board. JSN comes off.
Okay.
So Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Pairing with Metcalf.
Yep. Pairing
and Tyler Lockett.
Tyler Lockett, Metcalf, and also like
probably on his last legs out there.
Yeah, but again, like you're getting, you're giving Geno Smith every possibility to like succeed.
Yeah, you just paid him like you want him to succeed. So
well, that the way that contract was structured is like they could have got out of it, I think, after maybe like 2 years or whatever. I'm gonna go ahead and call it this new draft night this year. This thing hurts my head. I gotta swap out on y'all. This thing is absolutely killing my noggin. Good Lord.
Now, I'll say this. Levis might get drafted in the first round, but I got a quiz question for y'all.
What's up, bro?
2013, what quarterback had a first-round grade but did not get drafted in the first round?
2013?
2013. Yep.
Good Lord, I've slept since then, bro.
He ended up going in the second round instead, sat in the green room all that time.
You talking about Derek Carr?
Nope.
No. I don't know.
He went at pick 39 to the Jets.
Was that Geno Smith?
Yes, sir. Ding, 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 ding.
Okay.
So if Levis Smith gets left,
Will Levis
gets left on the board, he does not go. That will not be a shocker. That's history repeating itself again.
Because as of right now, still left on the board, you got Chargers. They got a quarterback. Baltimore obviously has a quarterback. Now, here's an interesting one. Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota could
easily take Levis. Jacksonville, they got a quarterback.
Yeah.
Giants, they got their quarterback. Dallas, obviously. Buffalo, obviously. Cincinnati, obviously. New Orleans, obviously. Philly, and then KC. So his best chance is going to be Minnesota.
Yeah, it would. Now, there is a rumor out there that Hendon Hooker could be a guy taken by Minnesota because they are smitten with him.
Man,
so I would keep an eye on that.
Yeah, but there's he's older than like 10 quarterbacks that are playing in the league right now.
He is, but to me, he's better than Will Levis. Yeah, I like his skill set a lot better.
So John's over here saying New Orleans isn't, and obviously they just paid Derek Carr. I think that isn't obviously they're not going to take him.
It could. It's possible.
But saying no, Minnesota's going to go after a vet to get Rodgers next year. He's going to follow the Brett
Favre. Yeah, he go. Boy, Bug is on it tonight. Boy, Bug is on it. Hey,
I'm about to put it on the payroll. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm going to have to put it on the payroll.
Congratulations, brother.
10 years ago.
I know it's been a very good 10 years for you, man.
There you go. There it is. Some good stuff.
Congratulations.
That's right. We like to see
it's
that.
Hard to make it that long these days.
These days it is. I think we rolling up on. Bug's gonna correct me if I mess this up.
Oh, don't do it, JR. Don't do it on live.
My brain ain't working right.
Yeah, don't do it live tonight.
I can tell you the year we got married. We got married in 2009. So my math ain't mathing. So 13, 14 years, something like that. She's gonna correct me here in a minute. Who's a keyboard warrior? All right. And Jigba.
He gone.
Yep. Why they keep showing? Because it's another Aaron Rodgers type, another.
Yeah.
It's drama, man. It's drama. They got to build that drama up. Oh, she's saying that she's the keyboard warrior. Yeah, she's on it tonight. She got me. She got my back 14 years.
14.
That's right. Done. 14 years. That's what's up. I knew it was something like that.
ML football. I don't know how reputable they are.
Yeah.
Someone's trying to get back into the first.
Oh, really? Someone.
Yeah, someone.
Not someone.
They got. I'm not able to listen to it right now, but they got the call with Fontenot and Bijan.
Oh yeah. I'll listen to it here in a little bit.
Well,
dude, that's awesome. I am stupid excited about Bijan.
I'm telling you, boy. I'm telling you, that 5-wide offense, man.
Dude, that's gonna be. You come out in a 22 personnel with Janu Smith and like Drake London on the field, Bijan, Cordell, and Pitts. And you come out in a tight bunch, right? Not a bunch, but a condensed formation with Janu and Kyle Pitts bracketing the line. And then you start motioning people out. And you go from that to a freaking 5 wide. Jesus.
Yep.
You definitely gonna make people declare how they're going to guard you and how they're going to defend you. Straight up.
Man, oh man, oh man.
It's gonna be. Yeah, Willie says, who do you guard? Like, go ahead, put a linebacker on Bijan. Or put a safety on Kyle. Where are you going to put your corners?
And that's my reasoning for like the more we can. I know it's not going to happen every play, but the more you can have Bijan and Algier in the on the field at the same time, that immediately, and especially if you do the 3 wide eye back situation where you have a when I say 3 wide, I mean you got Bijan in the slot, Pitts and Drake on either side, and then you got Smith and Algier in the backfield, like. Because now you could all of a sudden split out Algier and then have Bijan in the back running. You could swap those guys around. You could put both those guys back there in sort of what is that? The wishbone.
Yep.
With Smith in front and the 2 guys in the back. And now, to counter that, as far as the run game goes, you got to have more linebackers on the field.
Yep.
You know, and so at some point, either a Pitts or Jonnu Smith or Bijan Robinson is going to get locked up on a linebacker, and it's going to be a mismatch for whoever it is.
Yep. That's the game, right?
Nolan Smith going to the Chargers?
No. The Chargers took
LA?
Quentin Johnston.
That's second.
Yeah, the Chargers took
go to run.
Yep. Chargers took Quentin Johnston. Billy, you're gonna have to tell me where did Nolan Smith go, unless he's commenting on this one, Nolan to LA. I don't know, but no.
That's what I said. The Chargers, right?
Yeah, but no, I'm looking at it right here. The Chargers selected TCU's wide receiver Quentin Johnston with the 21st pick.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I never did actually buy into the Levis hype. I couldn't. Couldn't. Wide receiver let's see. King 7, you're not wrong. Murphy and Nolan still on the board. Yep.
Yeah.
And so is we haven't had a tight end taken yet. Dalton Kincaid, Mike Myers, they're still on the board. So yeah, that's a
Yeah,
man.
It's
Chargers going to have some. I mean, they already had some wide receivers. They just got to have their wide receivers be healthy all at the same time.
Yeah, I'm about to say
that's
the Chargers needs their team to be healthy.
Yep.
Trinity Clark says, "Do y'all think we'll trade back into the first?" I don't think we trade back into the first.
I would like us to, but again, if we do, it'll probably be in another 10 picks or so. So, I mean, we're looking at probably about another hour before we'd even be close.
How many UGA players have been taken? Nolan Smith is still on. So it's been Broderick Jones, Jalen Carter. That's it,
and that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Broderick Jones and Jalen Carter are the 2 Georgia players so far. It ain't like last year.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, let's see here. I gotta say, Bug, why are you still awake?
Scott Fish tweeted this, and maybe you saw that. This was just tweeted like a minute ago. Because complete honesty, if I'm a GM of a team, I need a QB. I see Levis with his mayo and his coffee and eating banana peels. I don't draft that guy.
No,
at all.
No,
so I get it. GMs
that dude is unstable. That dude is unstable. Anybody who's eating a banana peel is unstable. Banks, Brian Banks is still on the board for if he's there at 44. That would be fun. Like, and then y'all get to hear that he went to my high school a lot for a while. By default, he has to be my favorite player in the draft because we graduated from the same high school. See, let's see. How many more we got going on? Let's see. If we do end up trading back into the first, who would you guys want? He says, if we do end up trading back in the first, who would you guys want? I think I would want, like, a Brian Branch would be interesting to trade back into the first 4. Nolan Smith, like if you're trading like at the very tail end, Nolan Smith could be fun. Miles Murphy could be fun.
Yeah.
Joey Porter Jr. could be fun.
Yeah.
Like those are some of the guys of King 7. DeJuan Jones could be fun. Like if you feel like DeJuan Jones could play guard. I keep prefacing that because you got money tied into Matthews and you just re-up McGarry. So any offensive lineman you're drafting is going to play that left guard spot. So Addison's still on the board. Zay Flowers, Jalen Hyatt, Jonathan Mingo, Cedric Tillman, Josh Downs, Jaden Reed. So there's a lot of like wide receivers available if we wanted to go like wide receiver next in the second round or even third.
Yeah, a lot of corners still there.
Yep.
The Falcons have an opportunity to do something. I mean, if they come back and they do decide to come back up to 31, and it's somebody they really want, I think this would be a draft that you should do it because, like I said, the talent pool, after you get past the third round, if you see somebody that you can get in right now in the first that can make an impact again, you go for it.
Right. And also you got to keep in mind that like you have the fifth year option.
Yeah.
That is something to very much consider. King, you're not wrong. Second round is going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
I think the first round has already been very interesting.
It has.
Like with all the trades
Jack
and
Campbell,
stuff.
who I thought was at best a second round pick, probably third.
Right. I was looking at Jack as the third going in the first. That's kind of crazy.
But like to the question that was brought up, like if we did go back up, who am I picking? I don't think I'm picking an offensive lineman because I'm not sure DeJuan Jones can. They're down 121, 113 now. But now, like DeJuan Jones, I don't know if he plays guard. I just don't know enough about him at this point.
No, I could probably try to pull it up.
Like for me, let's say we move back into like 29 or 30, 28, 29, 30, somewhere in that range. I really want Ade. I really want that guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think it would be between him and if Miles Murphy somehow slips down there. I think you got to go with the Northwestern or the Clemson kid at that spot if you jumping back in there, in my opinion. But I'm not really hype on the offensive linemen because I looked at so many of them and they drop off after a certain amount of guys. I wish Voorhees hadn't tore his ACL because he was the guy that I wanted the Falcons.
Yeah, Voorhees.
Yeah.
If they were to take a flyer on him in the fourth, like with one of their fourth rounds, I'd do it. And I've done that in a handful. All right. So DeJuan Jones, according to PFF's, their guide, his role is a right tackle. Like he'd have been a top 10 pick in the 80s. But even now there's a spot for him in the NFL and they're saying that he's more suited to be a right tackle. So yeah, I don't think. I mean, you just re-signed Caleb McGarry, so I don't think you're going to go that route. Yeah, I mean, 80-80, like at 44 would be awesome to pair him with Calais Campbell, or even Miles Murphy to pair with Campbell.
But like I said, maybe he drops to 44, but like I don't know. Like the only guy that I would see taken before him has already been taken, and that's Kalijah Cansey. But like he's the next guy I think up there for a team that wants like that big edge guy who can move inside and play like on pass rushing downs, moves inside and is like more of a 3-4 defensive end or even DT in like the Aaron Donald style where you're a little undersized but you're super fast and super strong, that kind of guy.
So the Ravens, as Bug just told us and confirmed, the Ravens are picking Zay Flowers. So here's your wide receiver run going on now.
Yeah.
So you just had 3 taken in the last few picks with JSN starting it. So you get Lamar Jackson back on a 5-year deal. You bring in OBJ, and now you pick him a first round wide receiver with pairing him with Todd Monken as his new OC. That's all those things considered should definitely put a smile on Lamar Jackson's face in Baltimore.
I mean, $260 million with like 180 of it guaranteed. That's,
I mean, yeah, that makes you smile, obviously, but I'm just saying, schematically, he should be happier that Greg Roman is no longer calling plays for him.
Yeah.
So that should do well.
Now here's a guy that would be interesting if
Who's that?
he doesn't go. If you feel like he can play kick over to left guard,
Who's that?
Florida Gators,
Osiris Torrance.
Yeah, and
the only thing I have like Osiris Torrance, and you're not wrong, right? Is I was talking with Aaron Freeman about Osiris Torrance on one of the episodes we did, and he brought up a good point. It's like Osiris Torrance, like, isn't a zone guard. He's a people mover, and he's more of just. And if that's what they're wanting to shift more towards, like if they just feel like, he just doesn't move well in space. So I'm trying to pull him up and see what. I mean, because he's 6'5", 347, and what's his role? There's never been a more guard prospect. Tyrants was built in a lab to play guard. So, looks like the Hawks are done. Looks like they're falling apart. Let's see. What's the score? Oh, yeah, 126 to 119.
With 24 seconds left?
Yeah. Yeah, they gave it a fight. So.
I mean, it can happen, but it's going to be super crazy if it does.
Oh, yeah. Highly doubt that.
I mean, they were down, 13 points, 14 points, 16 points, something like that with like 3 minutes to go in game 5. But that was like a superhuman effort by Trey, who, I mean, the guys scored 30 points tonight. So it's not like he's,
it's not like
the problem is that the Celtics have Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, and they each scored 30 points. One of them scored
right.
32.
Right.
So we had Trey scoring 38 and John Collins scored 22, and Collins has only got 16 tonight. So that's pretty good. Yeah. That's not bad for him. But
COVID brought up John Michael Schmitz. He's a guy that
I'm surprised. I actually am surprised he's still there.
Well, centers don't
like
tend to
center,
go.
Though,
yeah, he's more like a center. And centers tend not to go.
I don't see him
that high
moving.
Unless but if you were to get
the
him,
Falcons, and you go to pick Peter Cons.
Peter Cons. Dimitrov was just not a very good GM.
He was.
No, you say that, but he's like in some respects, like he had his. Well,
okay, he couldn't pick a lineman, like offensive or defensive.
He had problems there.
He had problems at lineman. Skill positions he was good at. Calvin Ridley, Julio Jones, Tevin Coleman, Devontae Freeman, quarterback. I mean, he was good at picking skill positions, but lineman was not his strong suit of any type.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they develop an itch to come back up in the first round.
I don't know. Right now,
they feel like they're good at 44.
I'm about to say there's still so many daggum players that are on the board that were surefire first rounders that I don't see any reason for them to come back up, because like you have a real good opportunity to have like Osiris Torrance, Cody Maw, Steve Levy, and John Michael Schmidt are all and Joe Tippmann are all there. O lineman wise, defensive back, you got Joey Porter, Brian Branch, Keely Ringo, and Deontay Banks is still chilling there. Defensive end, you got Keon White, Miles Murphy. Trying to see, I'm looking at this little board right here. BJ Ojolari. So there's still some.
Derek Hall still out there.
Yeah, Derek Hall still out there. So there's still some serious talent that is on the board.
As far as like defensive tackles, Brian Breesy still out there.
Yep.
Massey Smith, Keanu Benton. There's plenty of guys still out there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Chris is not wrong. No tight ends have been selected yet.
That's
Mike Myers is still there. Sam Laporta, Dalton Kincaid, and I would not put it past one bit for them to add another tight end, because why not? But I don't think they're going to do that with bringing Janu Smith in.
Probably not, but again,
you can't put it past them.
If they get to, I don't want this. I'm just going to preface this by saying that I don't want this to happen. I could see 44 coming around and Darnell Washington sitting there.
Yeah.
Darnell Washington.
That's essentially that dude is essentially another offensive lineman that can run down the field and catch a ball and run some people over and
hard-nosed blocker, man. He will knock you on the butt.
Yeah, that could be a fun. So there's still
if we had not gone Bijan in the first, if we had gone say like a Skoronski, or we had picked up Jalen Carter or something like that, and we got to 44 and Darnell was there, from a BPA standpoint, would that be adding to his strength? Absolutely. But man, could you imagine a 3 tight end set with Jonnu Smith, Darnell Washington, Kyle Pitts, and Drake London outside with Algier and whoever else we may draft down the road in the backfield?
It'd be nuts. You talk about going back to a super old school smash mouth, but with a ton of electric players as well.
Yeah. Yeah. But like I said, I don't think I think he will probably be gone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's see. So far, my rookie rankings for San Francisco looks like Bijan. Hey, Rich, doesn't matter. I'm going to trade back Jordan Addison. That's funny. Sorry. I'm just trying to see because who's on the clock right now? Vikings?
Yeah, Vikings.
Pick's in.
Okay, the pick is in.
Yeah, pick is in. Let's see. Hold on.
So who do they get?
Yeah, Vikings are on the clock. Then it's Jacksonville, New York, Dallas, Buffalo.
With the 23rd overall pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Vikings are selecting Jordan Addison. The run continues on wide receivers.
Yeah, man.
Yep.
So then now you got Addison and Justin Jefferson up there in Minnesota. So that's a real good 1-2 punch.
Y'all, I got to check out for a minute.
Okay. No, just me and you. That is let's see. There's going to be a lot of talent on the board next tomorrow.
There's going to be a lot. Wait, say that one more time.
So there's going to be a lot of talent on the board tomorrow.
Yeah.
No, you're right. Levis is mayo and coffee is what Levis is. He's a banana peel eating weirdo. What's up, Fred?
Sorry.
Sorry. No, I'm just saying I hadn't seen Fred all night, so I was like, "What's up, Fred?"
Oh, what's up, Fred? Coveted, still on that Cody Maw at 44.
I wouldn't mind that one bit.
I'd be happy with it. Like I said, in my brain, the pleasure centers of my brain want a guy like Adebawore
Oh yeah.
to play for the Falcons because that dude just looks like a beast and runs like some like wide receivers.
Yeah, that makes 4 wide receivers in a row. There's always a
Yep.
run. There's
Yep.
always a run on wide receivers. That makes the 4th one. See, Bradley Burnett, like I'm with Bradley on here. Says legit, we just need Ritter to be Kirk Cousins and distribute the ball. Like I've said from like kind of word go, like Ritter, like his floor to me is Kirk Cousins, and with a good team around him, that can get you something.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Let's see here. So that's Addison. So that puts Jacksonville on the board. Oh, Giants are on the clock. They traded. They went from
from 25 to 24.
Yeah, they jumped up 1. It's always interests me when a team moves up 1 spot.
Yeah,
that's always like, are you that convinced that the person ahead of you was going to take something? Like, so is this another receiver?
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, it might be, but I mean, at the end of the day, is it like, let's say that other team wanted the same guy that you wanted. Why would they trade?
Right. Yeah, exactly. Toby, you ready to come back?
Yes, sir.
Good deal. Fred, you good, man? Appreciate that, Fred. He says, can't believe we passed on Carter. It is what it is at this point. Obviously, they felt like whatever concerns they had were not as big as the talent that Bijan Robinson possessed for him. So
it might have, like, I saw something earlier where somebody was like, it might have just been a situation where he just had to get out of Georgia.
It may be.
Like that, like everybody, like especially Atlanta was like, yeah, we could pick him, but either like there's just too much here with the accident that occurred, too many memories. Get him away from Atlanta, get him into Philadelphia where he's got Fletcher Cox and he's got his buddy.
I'm about to say he's got Jordan Davis, Nolan, not Nolan Smith,
Nakobe Dean.
Dean. That's it. Dean. Yeah, you got Nakobe Dean, Jordan Davis, and then Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham. He's got a strong support staff up there. So hopefully whatever was going on with him, he gets it right, so to speak.
And Philly will they'll welcome him in too. I mean, he should be okay up there.
Yep.
He should be okay up there.
All right.
Well, guys, we almost.
Somebody said, "Phew, 2023 draft class haters still going to have 3 top 4 pick QBs, 2 first round running backs, and 4 first round wide receivers with 7 picks to go."
Right. So, yeah, no, it's been an interesting draft.
Yeah,
I've been enjoying it. Like, I really like Bijan Robinson. That's going to be fun if nothing else.
Man, I'm telling you, that's going to be fun.
I mean, stay away from the injury. Right. Just stay away from injuries if you can do that. And if the offensive line, at minimum, can just replicate what they did last year,
right?
I think we're going to be in a much better spot than we were this past season.
Right.
Yeah,
I think so.
That offensive line is excited right now, guys. They feel like they're going to be unstoppable running that football.
So the Giants select cornerback Deonte Banks with the 24th overall pick. So, and that puts they gave up a 5th and a 7th rounder to go up for 24. Yeah. Yeah, they selected Deonte Banks.
He's a fun watch. I watched him in 2020. I watched him in 2022 and this year.
Excuse me.
Yeah, he's
Make it to the
that's a good
the
pick.
mute button.
Oh, you're good.
That's a good pick.
Yeah, it's not bad. I ain't mad at that.
I have to think Joey Porter is going to go at some point though.
You
I
would think.
can't see him slipping into the second round. He's a first round talent. But
Yeah, I enjoyed watching him. Like,
possible.
I fully admit to anybody, like, secondary is not my strongest suit. But what I saw Joey Porter, I liked. I enjoyed watching him. It is kind of surprising that he's still out there.
Yeah, he got. I can't see him slipping into the second round, but it's possible he could slip to the Steelers at 32 tomorrow if he doesn't come out in his first round.
That would be interesting. The Steelers taking, I mean, they'd know him, you know.
Yeah.
So wouldn't be surprising. Wouldn't be
Yep.
surprising.
Would not be. But man, I'm so excited about the Falcons right now. They're sitting in such a great position, and
Oh yeah,
you know, it's like I was tweeting out before. This is one of them drafts where you need to have the experience of player comps, and as long as Terry and Kyle Smith have been around the NFL,
yeah,
this is one of them drafts they have to be excited about, especially seeing some of these reaches that they've seen. They probably sitting back laughing at a Jack Campbell coming off in the first round.
Yeah, that one. that one don't make much sense to me. And then I hate to say it like this, like, and then Detroit, I like Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah,
but like taking them where he did, that seemed a bit rich for my blood as well.
I think he's gonna be a perfect fit there though with DeAndre Swift over there. I like him as a first. I had him, like I said, I had him as a 13th best player on my board. So that was, one. They took him one pick up,
Right.
but I felt like he was a top 15 pick.
Your boy Deezy says, "Hey, don't forget to hit the like button. We appreciate it. If y'all like, subscribe,
Hit it
share,
for my guys. Hit it for them.
all that
Absolutely.
good fun stuff. We've definitely enjoyed hanging out with y'all this evening. How many more picks we got? Let's see. Here we go.
Got
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 more picks. Okay.
7.
Not too bad.
7.
7 more picks. Well, depending on whose TV. Depends on what your TV say.
Right. Okay. The Jaguars traded out, and the Bills are now on the clock. They moved up.
Cornerback. They got to be taking a corner.
You think it's a corner?
Yeah, because Deontay Banks just went to New York.
Right.
No, man.
Covenant. I agree with you. Will McDonald at 15 was nuts, and I like Will McDonald.
I don't know anything
Will
about
McDonald at 15, Jack Campbell at 18, Lucas Van Ness at 13.
Van Ness going before, Miles Murphy. That was kind of a shocker to me.
I mean, going before Miles Murphy and Nolan Smith.
Yeah. Let's see. Whew. Well, that hat, boy. I am not going to be wearing that one much.
Hat wearing you out. Hat wearing it.
Thing's crushing my head, boy.
It was going to be a long night, so I went comfy tonight.
There you go. Well, normally, I try to wear the draft hat on draft night, but yeah, I handled that one as long as I could. Let's see.
I'm just glad I'm gonna get to watch some of these guys and they're not in my division, so I can really be a true fan of them. Like I love Deontay Banks. I loved him since last year. He didn't come out last year, but when I watched him there, I mean, he was just popping off. He's kind of like my poor man's Devin Witherspoon, man, because they kind of have a similar game. And I'm telling you right now, I love watching this dude play.
No, yeah, he was definitely on the board for sure. Let's see. Who y'all think the Bills got? What do you think they're corner? You said?
I'm saying
you gotta see this if you haven't already.
What you got?
Hold on. I'm getting ready to show you this.
All right. All right, Bradley, who you think they're trading up for? Toby thinks it's a corner. That very well could be. What you got? Oh yeah, the Bijan mustard. Yeah, the Bijan. Yeah, the spicy Bijan mustard. He's got he
I
did
had
an
to show
NIL
that.
deal with a
Dijon mustard.
a Dijon mustard company. Yeah. Let's see. Bradley says Miles Murphy jumping Dallas. They could use some pass rush help. Like AJ Epinesa hasn't necessarily panned out, neither is Ed Oliver.
Yeah, it probably will. It'd probably be a DN. I'm gonna stick with corner. And you got Clark Phillips still out there, and you got Joey Porter out there.
Our first tight end comes off the board.
Tight end came off.
Dalton Kincaid.
Okay, they took Dalton Kincaid.
Yep.
They're
gonna pair him.
It's either gonna be him or Mike Myers.
Yeah, him with Dawson Knox, and get another. They needed another pass catching weapon to
Kincaid,
add to add to Stephon Diggs up there.
He was the better speed tight end wide receiver.
Yeah, he was
out there.
Yeah, Bradley says, "Oh, that's why they jumped Dallas, right? Because Dallas lost Dalton Schultz."
Yeah.
So. So Dallas is probably going to take a tight end as well. So let's see. Yeah, Dalton Kincaid. Let's see. The pick is in. We already know it. Y'all are behind the times. So, let's go. Pick number 44. Who's your ideal pick at 44 tomorrow? Saying that, I know we got a few more picks, and let's say, you got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more picks. So saying your pick is going to be there. Like who's your all right, we nailed the second round. Same thing for y'all in chat. Who's your pick at 44? Who you wanting at 44?
I think the last remaining true hole that we haven't plugged in free agency and the draft so far, meaning the one pick we've had.
Right.
And to be able to get a guy that you can start day one and be comfortable with him. I mean, it's Cody Maw, right? And then you essentially solidify your O-line. And he's also a guy that you can maybe move over to offensive tackle when Jake Matthews walks,
right?
In a year or two, right? And then you go looking for another guard in next year's draft, or you go with some of the money you get next year, go and get you a top end guard. But either way, for this upcoming season, I think Cody Maw is the guy that kind of solidifies you so that the remaining picks that you have in the third and your 2 fourths, you can really do whatever you want.
Right.
You can add pass rush, you can add coverage, you can add a wide receiver, you can add, but those areas are now you can kind of just do whatever you want. I mean, they can do that from here on out, but if you're unless you're super like Toby said, unless you're super Hennessy is going to be our guy, and we have some guys that we're going to bring that we feel could be good backup guards and what have you. If that's the case, then I think Ade is the pick.
Well, what I'm asking is who do you want? It's you.
Man, I want Ade. I want Ade.
All right, so you want Ade. Who do you think it's going to be? So it's a 2-part.
I think it's going to be Cody Maw.
Cody Maw. Toby, what you thinking?
I'm going both in the secondary. I think that if Clark Phillips is still there on the board, the Falcons are going to take him If he is not
Who?
there,
Clark Phillips from
Clark
Utah,
Phillips. Yeah.
cornerback from
If,
Utah. That's a
if
good.
he's not there, then I'm going Sidney Brown, Illinois safety,
Okay.
at 44.
All right. So you think it's a secondary pick in the second?
Yeah.
For me, okay, I'm gonna go. I think I'm gonna. What I want is Adi. That's what I want. I think he's a perfect one to add to the defensive line to learn from Calais Campbell. As far as like a bigger edge rusher, it's what we've heard. Like that's he's got short arms, so they're going to have to figure that out, right? But yeah, I think Adi is who I want. Let's see if I can get him pulled up. Holy Pete. That's not going to work. I have his PDF, right? And I was going to just try to type in the first part of his name to see if I could get it. That did not happen. All right, let's see. Edge. Well, where's he at? See, they have him as an interior defender, 6'2", 280. But he's taking snaps all over the place. He was absolutely blowing the Senior Bowl up. They think he's a developmental 3-tech, maybe. But I would take Adi in the second round, or I would take Cody Mall is up there, but I want to try to give you somebody different. Let's see. I think if Branch is still there, if Brian Branch is there, they seem to like early in the process, it was reported that they really were high on him. So I'm thinking definitely it's going to be defense, and I'm thinking that it's either Adi or Branch. I want Adi, but I think if Branch is there, they take Branch.
Yeah, that'll be a good one. That would be a good one.
Avila, like the guard out of TCU, I would definitely be okay with that. I'd be okay with Cody Mall. I'd be really okay with Cody Mall. He's got such a versatility.
You wanna kind of out of left field thing?
Yo, what you got?
Cowboys take Will Levis.
Ooh.
Put Dak Prescott on notice.
That would be interesting.
That would be crazy.
I wonder how that contract's structured.
I mean,
didn't they just pay him?
I'll say this: I don't like Jerry Jones. I don't like him. I don't like the way he treated Landry when he after he bought the team. I think it was pretty, to the way he treated a legend like that. Not a fan.
Right.
But for the most part, as a general manager, you've been pretty good about bringing in talent. Okay. If he sees Levis, I think he potentially. I'm not saying they're going to, but if they did, I think he looks at it and says, "This guy's got a cannon for an arm. He can run. He can basically be our Josh Allen."
Right.
And Josh Allen had the same concerns coming out of college with accuracy and all this other stuff. And yeah, he kind of wasn't ready. It wasn't immediately ready, but after the first year, took off. And maybe they feel like he's that guy. But again, I don't think they're going to go that way, but that would be nuts.
Yeah, it would. That would be. Man, but right now as it's looking, Levis might be going home not drafted tonight.
Might not be. Let's see. Oh, Bijan even got a congratulations from Kevin Durant.
I saw that. Yep.
Yeah, you better watch out. That cat's coming after you for that slap fight, John. Got that cat behind you. Other side.
Yeah.
Older side. There you go. That cat gonna come
Danny
at you.
don't want Danny don't want none of this.
And Danny don't want none.
Nope. Danny don't want none.
Philip Bonner. Holy Pete. Thank you,
Phillip.
brother.
All
There it
right,
is.
boy.
He says, keep doing y'all
Appreciate
thing,
it
gentlemen.
very much, Philip.
This is Toby D. Good to see you, brother. About our pick.
Likewise.
We're going to be dangerous. That's it. We're going to be
Yes,
dangerous.
sir.
Yeah, that's the goal.
That is definitely a
Dangerous.
Cowboys pick is in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. D-line, O-line, and tight end. They're saying that's their needs.
I mean, so going with that, I could see it being Laporta.
Oh, Sam Laporta, yeah. Him or Mike Myers. Which may have been why Buffalo felt like they needed to jump. The rest of the Twitter done fell asleep. Ain't nobody leaking these picks now.
Don't nobody care. Don't nobody care
I'm
anymore.
Everybody done went to bed.
Cashing it in till tomorrow.
That's right. The Cowboys take Nolan Smith. No. Cowboys decided to go defense and select Mozzie Smith, the DT out of Michigan.
Wow.
Oh, I thought you said Ozzie Smith. I was like,
Mozzie
what?
or Mazzie?
Mazzie. Okay.
I got two conflicting things, but both with the last name Smith, so maybe that's where the conflict is. Either Nolan Smith or Mozzie Smith. Let's see. Mozzie. The one who had Nolan just fixed it, so definitely Smith. So, for what it's worth, Kentucky's Will Levis, who considered to be in consideration for top picks, took 8 top 30 visits in recent weeks. Obviously, us being one of them. Patriots, Bucks, Titans, Raiders, Colts, Texans, and Panthers. So, obviously, Colts, Texans, and Panthers have their quarterback.
Yeah.
Raiders still could be like second round. Patriots. That does seem like a Patriots Bill Belichick move. Like either like trade up or something and in the second round and get him.
Oh, and get who?
Sorry, Coveted.
The
I
only
wasn't trying to
thing
scare
about
you.
it, man,
What's that?
it just sucks, man, because you spend all that time there. And I remember how Gino was so embarrassed because he didn't go in the first round. I mean, I don't even remember if he came. I don't think he even came back the next day.
I thought he did come back the next day.
Did he?
I thought he did.
I know Courtney Upshaw did. I remember
Yeah.
he didn't get drafted in the first round in 2012, and he got drafted in the second round. I think the first pick in this, he was in the second round. He got picked like at pick 35, something like that. But
Fatty Boy Taco says, I'm excited to see what Mac Hollins is going to do.
If he can build on his success from last year, absolutely.
Why do y'all think the mocks were so off this year? Willie asks. Because nobody knew, because there was no clear-cut top-end talent.
yeah.
Like outside of Bryce and CJ, that was really your quarterbacks. Obviously Bijan and Jalen Carter. And then the few, Witherspoon, Gonzalez, even Gonzalez fell, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there was no clear-cut top-end talent. And that's what made these mocks so hard to predict.
Yep.
So,
Man,
but I love it. I love it. I'm hoping next year will be the same way. Where we have a lot of good fun with mocks and we're going this way and that way, and then you get to draft day and you're still not 100% sure who you're going to go with.
right. I mean, and that's the thing is that's what's made this year so much fun. What's up, Falcons? That's our What's Up buddies over at the What's Up Falcons podcast.
What up,
What's up,
guys?
fellas? Enjoying the stream.
What up, man?
They got that Bijan jersey all ready for sale. Indeed. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm assuming it's probably just the number one for the. I'm curious to what number he takes. Like, because Drake's 5, so Drake's not going to come off of 5. So I'm wondering. I really wonder what number Bijan's going to take. Travis
It
says,
will be interesting.
guys, how do we do? I'm at work. Can I get a quick update of the Falcons' first round picks? Yes, sir. We picked Bijan Robinson, the running back out of Texas, with an 8th overall pick. After we saw a handful of like wild trades with the Texans selecting C.J. Stroud at 2 and then coming back up at 3 and getting Will Anderson. So
Yep.
that was pretty interesting. But the Falcons stay true to what they do, which was under Fontenot, is take the best player available. Now we can have the arguments all day long whether it was Jalen Carter or Bijan, but as far as top talents, those two were on the board. They elected to go with Bijan. So that is where we currently sit. And yeah, so you got a handful of really interesting names still out there. As Chris is saying, we got Cam Smith still out there. Jalen Hyatt as far as wide receivers go. Been a big run on wide receivers, so it wouldn't surprise me if we didn't take one till maybe the 4th. Heck, we might not even take one. They may be really trying to hope that Corey Davis gets cut.
Maybe so, yeah.
Yeah.
And he could.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, I could absolutely see Arthur Smith with his priorities on offense. I could see him. Yeah, I do think we probably take a wide receiver in either the 3rd or 4th round.
Mm-hmm.
But if we don't, I could absolutely see them thinking like, okay, we got Drake London, we got Mac Hollins, we got Scotty Miller. That's 1, 2, 3. And then fill out with some maybe wait and see if a guy gets dropped after the draft in the lead up to training camp, or some guys that are still out there. There's all kinds of different ways they can go about it. So we may not pick a wide receiver the whole draft, but
no, we may not. I mean, with adding Scotty Miller and Mac Hollins, and then I said when it happened, I really feel like your target 3 or what would be your wide receiver 2 is Janu Smith, and then you just added Bijan, who is going to, he could easily be your slot receiver as well.
Yep.
So, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me one bit if we actually didn't come out of here with a wide receiver.
Yeah.
With what we've added and everything else, nah.
I'll tell you the craziest thing of the night was the Falcons were on the clock. There was who was it? We were trying to be like, hey, no spoilers.
Mm-hmm.
Who was that? Oh,
Josh Gillum.
Josh Gillum. Josh was sitting here. It was like spoiling a bunch of stuff, which was fine. We were not. It wasn't too big a deal.
Right.
But then when that 8th pick came, I was like, no spoilers. Wait till it shows up on the screen. And then all he's doing is like, y'all gonna be shocked. I'm just like, oh my god, they picked Will Levis, didn't they? Oh man. Oh no. That was like the most shook I've been the whole night.
Well, it was like
picked Bijan, and I was like, all right, cool. I'm glad. I'm happy.
Yeah. No, I was like, in a way, like weirdly enough, I had made peace with the Bijan pick, right? Well before it happened. Kind of like
Anton Harrison, tackle out of Oklahoma to Jacksonville.
Okay. Another like Cam Irving or whatever, didn't he just get suspended?
Got suspended, for the year, I think. Yeah.
Was it for the year or just a few games?
It was like 6 games.
Was it 6
games?
Like
that. Yeah, I think so.
Let's see here.
I know he won't be playing anytime soon.
Where are the running backs? I want to see what PFF had to say about Bijan. Where is he at? There he is. That's not Bijan. That's Bijan. There we go. I was looking at Kendry Miller. I was like, that's definitely not Bijan. I mean, 6 foot 220, and got better each year as far as PFF grades go. 1,500 yards last year at 6.1 yards a carry. 18 touchdowns, 19 receptions for 314 yards. Let's see. He's their role, they call him a feature back. He's more than just a bell cow. He's a back that you make a focal point of your offense, whether it's 15 plus carries a game or scheming up targets as a receiver. You want the ball consistently in his hands. And yeah, he's gonna be fun.
Yeah, he man, I mean,
he's gonna be fun.
I love what Tyler brought to the table last year.
Oh yeah.
But I think this guy is gonna come in there and show automatically why he should be an 8th overall pick, because he's just he's a lot more polished as a running back.
The Bengals are selecting Myles Murphy.
Hey.
So Myles Murphy's off the board with the Bengals pick.
Myles Murphy is gone.
No, I just spoiled it for you, Chris. It's not Branch. It is Myles Murphy.
Man, boy, I'm so excited about it. I mean, guys, when you look at this team now, we are miles apart from where we were last year. I mean, when you look at all the position group rooms now, and you look at the talent that's in each of those rooms, man, it's crazy to think about. Like, wow.
I mean, you're going in with the quarterback set.
Yeah.
He had a full off season, trained with his guys, and then you're adding talent all the way around him. Oh, Josh, I spoiled it before you got there. You're slipping on me, Josh. No, man, they took Myles Murphy. Myles Murphy. Charlie Murphy. No, I'm saying.
Charlie Murphy.
Charlie Murphy. Oh, man. No. Yeah, so, yeah, I'm just thinking about, like, the formations that we used last year with, Parker Hesse and Keith Smith. You imagine, like, Parker Hesse and Keith Smith with, Bijan Robinson behind them. And, Kyle Pitts or Janu Smith. I mean,
man,
it's gonna be exciting. I think it's gonna be an exciting brand of football. I mean, you got to think about it. Last year, we won games when everybody in the building knew we were going to run the ball.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. We're gonna do the same thing.
Right. Everybody knew it, and we still did it.
Yeah. And that's what's scary, because now you just added Bijan to it. Look, Tyler didn't come in until later on and still was 1,000-yard running back. That tells you all you need to know about the running game.
That's it. If there's a person who's going to lose some snaps, it's the one that you want to lose some snaps in pure running, and that's Cordell.
Yeah.
Look, you award Cordell for everything he has done. You keep him on the team. You use him as a, change of pace, gadget, different type things. Still, obviously, in the return game, kickoffs and stuff like that. But, like, now the one that might lose out touch-wise is Avery Williams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Avery Williams might lose some reps, which I'm not totally upset with that, because I wasn't necessarily blown away when he was given the opportunity to run the ball. I like Avery Williams as
he was mostly a guy that went out and you threw two in the flats and tried to get him in space. That was what you did with him. And
I think
the reason why you did that is because if you had unless it was Cordero Patterson, it was Algier in the backfield, and while he can do that kind of stuff, he's not that shifty
no.
guy. Bijan is.
Yes, very much so. Your boy Deezy's got a point.
I don't want to see New Orleans take Nolan Smith.
I don't want to see them take Nolan Smith. Bradley says Cordell needs to see about 10 touches or so a game. I think that's you sprinkle Cordell in, you get him in some like matchup situations, where you try to get him isolated on, a linebacker or something like that, near the goal line, maybe even. Because he has a nose for the ball kind of deal. Or the nose for the end zone, so to speak. Nose for the ball.
Yeah.
Defensive player. It is definitely 11:32 at night. Actually, this tonight ain't been too bad, really. It's been moving in a decent enough clip. If I want this to last, I need to go ahead and plug her up. Plug it in.
It's been pretty smooth with how it went. I
don't know, man. I was pretty sure that if we were going to trade back, this was the draft.
Yeah.
To do so, but I guess it just didn't materialize. Now, this is an interesting stat. I didn't know. Kyle Pitts is 11 months younger than Dalton Kincaid. Think about that. He's almost a full year younger, and we're going into his third season.
Right. Ooh, oh, man, this is, oh, my goodness, Lord. I pray for health. Because if this team gets into this daggone season healthy,
if they get into a groove,
that first game,
dude.
Oh my goodness.
What Smith is going to create here, whether anybody can truly see it or not, it's something me and you talked about when Smith first got here, is the positionless football.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, y'all not I say y'all not remember. Y'all obviously remember, but the idea that Jonnu Smith took a 61 handoff, 61 yards to the house.
Yeah.
They lined him up multiple times as a running back.
Sure did.
So now you imagine you go up to the line and you got Jonnu Smith, Kyle Pitts tight, right? You motion Pitts out, bring Jonnu Smith in the backfield, and motion Bijan to the slot.
Man.
You gonna cause defenses so much headache trying to figure out what you're doing. That's crazy.
And they was worried about if the Eagles got Bijan. I think they need to be more worried about that Arthur Smith has gotten Bijan. Because man, oh man,
I was going to say, Chris now says there's an appropriate amount of chaos in round one.
Yes, there has been.
You satisfied now, Chris?
Yeah. Aren't you entertained? So what were you saying now, Toby, before I accidentally cut you off?
You know what? I don't even know, and I ain't even worried about it. It's after 11:30, so it went somewhere. But all I got to say is I'm so excited about what this team can be going into 2023, man. We sending messages all over the place. You can discredit us because we got Desmond Ridder at the helm, and I think he's gonna make a lot of people pay.
Yep. I think so.
I tweeted this I tweeted this out earlier, but people, there's so many some people are like, the Falcons are, got this and this and these weapons on offense. It could be dangerous. And everybody's like, but they got no QB. And it's like, I tweeted, I was like, man, Ridder is going to surprise some folks this year. And, all he absolutely needs to do. That's it. He doesn't have to be spectacular. Just get the ball to your playmakers and let him make plays.
Yeah, let him make them play.
So the Saints picked his end, and they select Brian Breesy from Clemson. Makes sense. They lost like 2 of their defensive tackles. That's a solid move. That's a smart move for them. I hate to say it like that, but I hate that we're gonna have to face Breesy twice in a year. But
yeah, he can be a menace, boy.
Yeah, he can be a handful.
Watching him, he's a disruptor, man.
Mm-hmm.
I think the only knock I had on him was I didn't like his get off. I think his get off could have been a lot faster, but other than that, when he gets off, he packs a lot of strength behind what he does, and he gets back there.
And he also he's had some injury history.
Yeah.
But he's got a real good story. You see, if you're looking at it, he's got the Ella Strong, which is, I think it was his sister that, was dealing with cancer or something like that. So he's got a good story. Early in the process, he was up high in the draft.
He was. Yeah.
But as the process wore on, he got, ticked down. So, yeah. He's done a lot of battling, with his stuff. Yeah, we definitely gonna run the piss out of football. That's for sure.
I love it.
Now look, Nick's over here Eagles getting Nolan. They just gonna try to recreate the Georgia defense.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
If they go that route.
I'm telling you, if they do go that route, that's exactly what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Man, oh man, oh man.
Well, we're about to find out one way or the other.
Coveted says the Philly Bulldogs. They'll have to change their mascot.
Man, boy.
It's been a good night. It's been a good night.
Eric Robinson tweeted, I was like, NFC South going DT after Bijan arrives.
Oh, yeah, right?
Yeah, they mad right now. The NFC South mad right now. We made that pick. Because they know we already going to run football.
Oh, yeah. No doubt. I'll say this.
Now you got a plan for him in the backfield? Oh, my goodness.
I'll say this. There are a ton of Falcon streams going on. I know we got lower numbers in here than we had last 2 years, but I think that has a lot to do with the amount of streams that are going. Yeah. But I just want to say I super appreciate all y'all who are in here and who've been hanging with us.
Absolutely.
And hopefully y'all come back tomorrow and hang out with us again.
Yeah, you guys have made it worth it.
Oh yeah.
To be here. I've enjoyed watching this. But if I wasn't here talking to JR, talking to Toby, talking to Chat, but if you guys weren't making it fun for me to be here right now, I'd already be in bed.
Hello. I'd have been asleep. And I'm like, all right, peace. I'll see if y'all do anything. I say that years ago, before we ever even started doing this, me and John used to get together and I would stay up till the very end of it. Do we got a start time for tomorrow? I think it's 7:15, ain't it?
Yeah, it started at 7. It started at 7 tomorrow. It was usually start at 7, but I think it airs at 7 because you got 2 rounds.
Yeah, I know it starts early, 7 p.m. So we'll be live tomorrow at 6:45.
We'll not be live Saturday.
At all? You don't think so?
I mean, that's what you told me. You told me we were
debating. I was going to see how it went day 2. Come on, you jumping the gun on me, B.
I'll tell you what. If you're there, I'll be there more than likely, or I might go. Who knows?
Yeah, well, I mean, you wouldn't be the first time. No, I'm just kidding. We might. If we go live Saturday, it'll be after it finishes. The whole thing finishes. I'm not gonna sit here 4th through 7th round. And especially
you call yourself a content creator.
Look, bro. They're
No.
like,
Oh my goodness.
I have my limitations, my friend. And 4 rounds when you ain't got picks in 2 of them is definitely my limitations.
Now, what happens? Let's say tomorrow we do some wheeling and
horse
dealing.
trading.
We get a fifth and a sixth round.
I still ain't gonna do it. Like, no, I ain't gonna happen. I love y'all, all y'all, everybody in chat. Y'all, no. Like, I'll come on after it's all done. Because that stuff starts at like noon and rolls until like 6.
7, yeah, almost
6 or
7
7?
o'clock.
Nah.
Yeah,
Nah. Like we can get on here, when it ends, and we could talk about like the whole thing as the whole draft as a whole. Coveted says nothing beats P for P. We appreciate it.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
I
will say this: nothing beats the pound for pound chat.
That's it. Like, look,
absolutely.
I've said it for years. Like, very rarely do we have any bickering, any arguing. Like, every now and again, you'll have some confrontational person pop in. But for the most part, everybody's super cordial. We talk, we have that conversation. We try to have everybody getting their peace of mind in.
Yep.
Oh, looks like they did take Nolan Smith. So, yep, at 30 they take Nolan Smith.
Wow.
Good Lord, they're just trying to recreate the.
Yeah, they don't recreate that thing.
Good Lord.
It's smart though. That's smart, man, because Georgia's players right now
they're cut above the rest.
Cream of the crop now, man.
Yep.
So, hey, man, I'm not mad at them, man.
No, shoot.
They don't. Yeah, and it makes sense now.
Yeah.
He gonna be real comfortable up there because gonna have so many of some good teammates up there too, not just any teammates, like some real good quality teammates up there around him. That's gonna be able to help him stay in line. Wow. Man, it's all good, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our buddy Fleek says the UGA Eagles.
They're gonna be naming them something.
No, that's it right here. They're gonna have to change their mascot to the Philadelphia Bulldogs.
Change it. Yep. We got one more pick, guys. Do you think KC is going to? They got. You think they're gonna take a wide receiver here?
I mean, smart money says they do. Or do you go ahead and try to
who's left that you would consider to be a first round talent? Like
wide receiver wise is, I mean, you got Cedric Tillman maybe on the back end. I think all your big names are gone. James, you're gonna have to support that. I'm not saying that he is a genius, but you can't just say he's not a genius. Like, y'all got to give me something besides just he ain't a genius. Why? Why do you think that? Like, what's your reasoning?
I could see them taking a Jalen Hyatt.
Yeah, Jalen Hyatt.
Everybody else, though, I'm just like, I don't know.
Well, they lost Orlando Brown, didn't they? So maybe a O lineman, maybe?
Maybe.
Or maybe a D lineman.
Yeah. That's Frank Clark is
right.
The biggest problem that I see so far with Jalen Hyatt is like he's just small. He's like 170 pounds.
Yeah.
Well, that's a lot of these guys, these wide receivers now. I mean, like the same thing as cornerbacks. A lot of these guys are small. Like I like Nathaniel Dale.
Oh yeah, Tank Dale.
Houston Cougars. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just
Cougars.
I mean, if there's a team that would know how to use a guy like that,
well, Kansas City would.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like Kansas City would for sure.
But if I'm going with anybody, I'm down with Marvin Mims.
Mims, okay.
From Oklahoma. I love his game, but he reminds me of a Calvin Ridley. When I watch him play, I think I had a first round grade on him, but I thought he was I thought he was good. So I don't know. We'll see.
Rod says, Chiefs could go Dwan Jones.
Yep.
I could say, because he was comped to Orlando Brown.
Yeah.
So, but they signed an O lineman and gave him some pretty good money, didn't they?
Man, don't give me the line.
I'm trying to remember. Because I remember he was one, like, when he signed with the Chiefs, we were like, oh, well, crap, there goes Caleb McGarry because of the price.
Oh, yeah.
Who was that?
Okay. But I didn't think he went there.
Maybe I'm wrong. I could be completely wrong on.
Oh, no, you could be right.
Yeah, Matt Bergeron, the tackle out of Syracuse.
Oh, N'Kobe Dean was there with Nolan Smith.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Sharon here chiming in from Chi-Town, liking the Robinson pick.
Oh, good.
Chi-Town.
Yeah, Chi-Town. That's good stuff. Yeah, we're liking that pick too, brother.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for joining us. We're definitely liking that pick. Well, it's going to be a lot of fun, if nothing else.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, here you go. Did Chiefs go Dwan Jones, maybe?
Yeah, were you not paying attention? We just talked about that.
Nope, was not. I was looking
It's getting late. It's getting late.
I know, right? Focus, Jonathan. One more pick, and we can start wrapping this thing up.
Yep, the last pick. And that's it. I'm trying to see if I'm going to bed or not. I don't have to work tomorrow, so I'm just trying to see.
Well, I got to work, but I ain't going in on time. I'm going in late. I already told my boss.
I normally go to bed around 12:30, 1:30, somewhere in that range.
Oh, well, so you still have 30 more minutes to just
you're a wild man, Jonathan.
I'm a wild man that gets to work from home.
Hey.
Oh, somebody said Stetson Bennett's going to end up being Jalen's backup in Philly. Watch. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Come on, let me see this. Let me see this Chiefs pick.
In the last 2 years, 2 drafts, they drafted 4 players from Georgia.
I don't know if KC would go Darnell Washington. This doesn't seem. I mean, it's possible.
I mean, Kelsey is getting up in years.
Oh, come on now. So what? Your allegiance is more to dog players than it is to the Falcons? I see how it is.
Come on now.
You can root for him.
If you go move over to Philadelphia because they took Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter, you were like, I don't know if I'd call your Falcon fandom into question. It was a joke.
Oh. I hear you, Jeremy. I hear you. No, I already know what's going to happen as soon as I walk into work tomorrow. They're going to be like, we didn't take no Georgia players. Guys, it's okay. It's okay. There's other players out there. It's all right. So, yeah, I already know I'm going to hear that.
Look, and I'll say this. Like, if we go offense, whether it's offensive line or maybe a Darnell Washington, whatever. If we do that in the second round, what that tells me is that in the meetings they had with Arthur Smith, their offensive guys, their defensive guys, so Nielsen, Gray, those guys, like they're okay with what they have. And they can add like some later round guys and be fine with what they've got.
Because look, you added Mike Hughes, you had Jeff Okudah to the secondary that has now Jesse Bates in it and Richie Grant.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's solid right there.
Yeah.
And so then like defensive line, you added Onyemata, Calais Campbell. Got obviously Grady Jarrett. You brought in a couple like lower depth pieces. Giano, I think is his name.
Yep.
And you still have guys that you had from last year. So They can still go whatever direction they want to go.
Yeah, they could.
I do find it hilarious that Will Levis is going to slip to the second. I said from word go that I wouldn't take that dude.
Yeah, it's history repeating.
Kansas City going to pick Will Levis.
Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
To play tight end, maybe.
They want to bring him in to push Mahomes, see if they can get him to go to the next level.
The next level. That's right. That's right. Phillies D-line, Hassan Reddick, Josh Sweat, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, Jordan Davis, Milton Williams, Jalen Carter, and Nolan Smith. That ain't, man, I don't like that one bit.
No.
I don't like that one bit.
No. That's why I think that's
Nope.
like at some point you're going to have to go through Philadelphia more than likely. So you got to be able to hold up against those guys. If you're going to hold up against those guys, you need a really good offensive line. Now, they may feel Hennessy's that guy. Maybe he turns into that guy. But if you're not pretty sure that he's going to be that guy, then you go Cody Maw, you go Avila, you go some guy like that you plug in and really solidify that offensive line to try to protect your guy.
Looks like Felix Uzmaza is the Chiefs pick.
Uzama?
Yeah, Uzama. So, all right, James, I'm gonna address this. You say Arthur Smith just wants a running game to make it simple for him to call as an OC. He still is yet to prove that he can effectively design a scheme in the passing game. All right. Answer me this then. How is it that A.J. Brown and Corey Davis almost both had 1,000 yards, and then combined, Janu Smith and Anthony Ferkser had almost 1,000 yards, along with Derrick Henry rushing for over 1,000 yards? So, sorry, that's a I don't agree with that one at all.
Nope.
If you want to say the 2 years he had here, he has not had a number one wide receiver and a quarterback that can get it to him. You saw the passing game take a step in the very right direction when you put Ritter in and him connecting to Drake London.
Because Ritter can run more passing concepts than Mario can,
So,
and that's the difference.
Look, at the end of, I'll say this, James, at the end of this season, if Pitts and London aren't both pushing close to 1,000 yards or close to it, and we don't have if the run game isn't also there as well, then you can come back in here and tell me I'm an idiot, and I'll be like, "Yep, okay, have at it."
It ain't happening.
Right.
The idiot won't even come out, because I'm telling you, I'm gonna step out there. Ritter is a much better passer than Mariota is, and the passing game is going to be even better because he can run more passing concept that Arthur Smith actually wants to run with his offense. Mariota can only do so much.
Right. Mariota, and I'm not trying to dump on Mariota, but Mariota had a 50% catchable pass rate. 50%. So only half of his ball passes thrown were catchable. So there was more than one game you just took the ball completely out of his hand and said no. And then you get Ritter in 4 games. He had over 75% catchable passes in the 4 games that he played. The only quarterback that had a better margin than that was Trevor Lawrence. That's it. So, like I said, let's talk about Arthur Smith and about the offense, about Ritter at the end of 23. At the end of 23, we can have a real discussion, because at this point, this will be the first year that they have had legitimate weapons in place all across the board. Somebody earlier said there's no excuse. In a way, you're right. There's absolutely no excuse that your offense shouldn't be progressing week in and week out. Now, you may not hit the ground running because everybody's still got to get acclimated, but it should progress week in and week out. And I think that this offense is going to be a lot better than what people are thinking and or wanting to give credit for. And that's fine.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, we did it.
We did it.
We got through the first
We
round.
did do it.
I'm finna go to bed.
All right.
Love all
I'm
y'all.
hungry, so I'm gonna stay up a little bit
Yeah.
longer.
Yeah, I'm gonna find something to munch on before. I promise you that. But yeah, y'all can hopefully y'all come back tomorrow, hang out with us as we go through the second and third round. Should be a lot of fun. Good night. It was amazing. We got arguably the best player in the draft. Cannot be mad at that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Cannot.
Like I said, if you had asked me, I don't know, 2 months ago, before free agency, all this other stuff.
Sorry. Give me that ballers and followers.
Absolutely.
I'm loving it.
But like, if you'd asked me 2 months ago, who did I want number one? I told you at the time. I said it for quite a bit. Like, I thought Jalen Carter was the best player in the draft. I've looked into it more. I would say outside of the QB, if you're not looking for a QB, the two best guys in the draft were Jalen Carter and Bijan Robinson. There was something about Jalen Carter, whether it's his makeup, whether it's his personality, whether it's whatever it is. We don't know for sure, but something in their pod when they said, here are guys we would take at 8 if they're there. Jalen Carter, I guarantee you Jalen Carter was there.
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay?
But, like, for whatever reason, they had Bijan ranked ahead of him. Now, for all intents and purposes, Bijan is a wonderful person. I don't know enough about Jalen to say whether or not he is. He seems to be a nice guy. But whether or not the passion's there, who knows? Don't know. But at the end of the day, they felt like he was a better player.
Yep.
And everything that you read from coaches' perspectives, like their thoughts on Bijan Robinson is that, like, this is the guy, like the player, the consensus is that this guy was one of, if not the best player in the draft. And you got him at 8.
Mm-hmm.
And it just adds to an already impressive running attack. I can't, I'm not going to sit and hate on it. So.
Yep, that's it. All right, folks. We'll see you back tomorrow at 6:45. As always, y'all can follow me on Twitter. I'm at Grim1128, GRIMM1128. Jonathan.
At Jonathan M. Holder. Come by, say hi.
Toby D.
Toby D. 1991.
That's it. All right, folks. Y'all take care. Like I said, we'll see y'all tomorrow night. And as always, Falcons fans, rise up.
Rise up and peace, love, and chicken grease.
That's it. Bam.